Murder-suicide.
Anna died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports alleged driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports alleged driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports alleged driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports alleged driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her one-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her one-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release.
Ms. Cropper, you may call your next witness, please.
State calls Taina Cruz. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can have a seat. Thank you. Can you state your name and spell it, please?
Taina Cruz, Taina. Last name is Cruz as in zebra.
And how are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the Criminal Investigations Division at the City of Canton Police Department.
And what does that mean?
So I investigate crimes that happen within our jurisdiction.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your background and education in terms of what led up to your role as an investigator?
Sure. I was mandated in September of 2017.
What does that mean?
Mandated is when you become a law enforcement officer. And I spent 2 years on the road as a patrol officer. Directly after that, I applied to the Criminal Investigations Division as a detective. And in August of 2019 is when I became a detective. And this is in December of 2020 is when I actually got this case.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about the Canton Police Department? How many investigators do you have?
Sure. Currently, we have 5 investigators and 2 supervisors, and then we have a lieutenant over the division.
Okay. And where do you fall in that?
So I am one of the supervisors.
And with regard to how the division of cases works, do the investigators at the Canton Police Department specialize, or do you all handle investigations of all types?
So we do handle investigations of all types. Generally, you'll know the strengths and weaknesses of each detective. In this particular incident, I am specialized in crimes against persons.
Okay. And back in December of 2020, what was your position?
I was a detective.
All right. And when did you become aware of sort of the incident that led us to here today? Tell me about December the 8th of 2020 and how you became involved.
Sure. I was actually at Starbucks getting my second win of a cup of coffee, and I got a phone call from my lieutenant. He said, "Did you hear what happened over the radio?" I said, "Yes, I heard what happened over the radio." He said, "I need you here now." He told me the address, 215 Mountain View Vista, and I went straight away, blue lights all the way to the scene. At that point, I saw EMT had already been there, a couple of officers had already been there, and my supervisory staff is already there. And they told me, "Your lead, this is your case." I said, "Okay."
And who was your supervisory staff that was there?
Lieutenant Ray.
Okay. And when you what time did you get the call or arrive on scene? Do you know?
It would have been around 13:41.
Okay. And what time is that in?
1:41, I'm sorry.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, who was there?
Like I said, we had 2 officers there, well, actually 3, Officer Pruitt, Officer Yurkovsky, and Officer Soto. We had my Lieutenant Ray there. We had another detective there, Detective Priest. And then I arrived. And then we had several EMT officers there.
When you arrived on scene, were the injured parties still present?
One of the injured parties was still present. The baby had been taken away.
Okay. And who was the other individual that was injured?
Chloe Driver.
All right. And who else was on scene? You indicated that your supervisory staff said your lead. What does that mean to be lead? And what did you do in terms of sort of navigating or calling the shots at that point?
Sure. So when you do become lead over the crime scene, you're basically calling the shots. You're telling people what they need to do, how they need to do it. You're interviewing most people on scene and taking them to specific places so you can interview them in a quiet setting. You're taking photographs if you can. If not, you're telling crime scene what to get, what to collect, what to look for, things of that nature.
Okay. How many people were on scene in terms of first responders, law enforcement, EMT, fire rescue when you were there?
Probably over 10 of us.
Okay. And so tell me what steps you took when you got on scene. You indicated that Hannah had already been taken from the scene. At that point, when you arrived, did you know whether she was deceased or not?
I did not.
Okay. And what was sort of the way that you navigated from the time you arrived on scene this investigation?
I told everybody to separate all the parties. I did not know who was involved or what had happened. I also told crime scene to take the photos of the scene, collect whatever evidence they could collect, including a murder weapon if there was one. I let them know that if there are parties still there that were on scene that saw it, I'd like them to go back to the station so that way I can interview them appropriately. And then also just to make notation of what the scene looks like. Again, sketch it out, whatever they needed to do.
Okay. You used the terminology crime scene. Who were you referring to with regard to who crime scene is in this particular case?
So we do have our detective taking pictures, Detective Priest. So he was part of the crime scene, but we also have Cherokee Sheriff's Office crime scene come in and their techs take pictures, collect evidence and things of that nature. I think Officer Shaw was one of our crime scene techs there.
All right. And what dictates whether you call in the sheriff's office to assist with crime scene?
If the scene becomes too big in order for our small department to handle it.
And was that a decision that you made?
Yeah.
And at that time, were there any search warrants obtained or additional steps taken in the investigative process to facilitate that?
So yes, we do have to take a search warrant for the house in order to gather information and evidence out of the house in order to collect photos and things of that nature. So yes, there was a search warrant taken for the house.
Okay. How was the scene secured in terms of who was allowed to go where or?
So it was roped off like we always do with crime scene tape. And there was officers standing at the scene until that search warrant came.
Okay. Any idea how long law enforcement was at that house after the initial call?
Long time, maybe up into the wee hours of the night.
Okay. You indicated when you got on scene that you instructed other personnel to separate the parties.
Mm-hmm.
Was that done?
Yes.
Right. And you mentioned sort of on-scene interviews and then taking people down to the station. What can you tell me about sort of how you navigated, who you talked to on scene, and where that happened?
So because it was so chaotic and we had certain people interviewing certain people, I went to the person who wasn't being interviewed first, spoke to that person, got general information, and then asked that they take that person back to the station. Then I tried for the next one, asked that they take that person back to the station. So they were taken pretty much separately in different cars. So that way I can interview them separately.
Okay. And who were the people that you made contact with on scene that were not law enforcement or responders to this, the people that were at the residence when it occurred?
Everybody that was on scene, Jerry, Jason, Benjamin, Sarah, Jessica.
Okay. And did you make contact and speak to those people or other officers make contact and speak to those individuals separately while on scene?
They did.
Okay. And were they able to provide information about what they had witnessed or observed that day?
Absolutely. My officers came and told me specifically who they talked to. They had their information for me, even photo IDs that we can photocopy and things of that nature.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there were multiple people involved in transporting them to the police station. Where is Canton Police Department in relation to where this residence was?
Less than 10 minutes away.
All right. And what was the reason for transporting each of them in a separate vehicle?
I didn't want them talking or giving statements that can conflict or convolute what they saw, but also I wanted to have independent witnesses of each other.
Okay.
So that way I can get the true facts of the story.
Okay. Is that pretty routine in sort of investigating a crime like this to try to separate people as quickly as possible?
Absolutely.
And who all went to Canton Police Department on that day to be interviewed by you?
Jerry.
The homeowner?
The homeowner, Jerry.
Okay.
Jason Spillers, Jessica, Sarah, and Benjamin.
Okay. So the two other wives, Benjamin, Jason Spillers, and Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. So the 5 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you interview each of them separately?
I did.
Right. And were they willing to speak to you about the circumstances surrounding Hannah's death?
They were.
How long were you there that evening interviewing all these parties?
Late.
Okay.
The next morning.
Did you collect anything, any evidence from any of those parties?
I did.
What did you collect?
I collected 2 cell phones.
Okay, whose cell phones did you collect?
Benjamin's and Sarah's.
And after you concluded those interviews, did you give them any instructions? Did they just leave? How did you leave things with the group?
So I did tell them that I was going to download their cell phones to still be in the general area if they wanted their cell phones back. I also told them that they could go back to the house, but they couldn't go in the crime scene in case we were still there collecting things, and not to take anything away from the crime scene.
Okay. Do you mean the room itself?
The house.
The house.
Mhm.
Okay. And at that time when they left the police department, were officers still on scene processing?
They were.
Okay. And did you have any idea at that point how long they were going to stay in Cherokee County?
I did not know.
Do you have any idea how long they did stay in Cherokee County?
I did not know.
Okay. Did you have any physical contact with any of these people after December the 8th of 2020?
Yes.
And when was that?
The very next day, I talked to Benjamin. I actually went to the hospital to speak to Chloe, and I put him on the phone, so I knew he was in the general area still. And then I spoke to Sarah again, and I believe I spoke to Benjamin again.
Okay. And you indicated you told them to stay in the general vicinity so you could download their cell phones, and was that with the intention to return their cell phones to them once you downloaded them?
Correct.
And when did that happen?
Immediately. I went and took their cell phones right away, and I think they got them back probably within a day or 2.
Okay. And when you say you took their cell phones, what did that look like?
So when you take their cell phones, actually you get a search warrant for them, and we have the Cherokee Sheriff's Office that has their own investigations group that does all of their downloading. They use Cellbrite to download.
All right. At what point did you, on that day, learn that Hannah had died?
Pretty much right away. When I was on scene, they told me maybe 30 minutes into it that she had passed away.
Did you make any death notifications on scene? Did you tell anyone?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I know Benjamin was informed, yes.
Okay. And at the time that you interviewed them, were all the parties aware that Hannah was deceased?
Yes.
Were there any other investigative steps you took that night other than interviewing all the parties, having the crime scene processed, collecting the cell phones?
I did get a search warrant to take photos and some blood for Chloe Driver, so I can get it the very next day.
Okay. And what was the purpose of, you said so you could get some blood?
It's a sample. We didn't know who the parents were because they were all married, so we didn't really know who's mom and who's dad. So we did take blood, or a sample, not a blood, but a sample of saliva from Benjamin, and then a sample from Chloe Driver.
Was that the purpose for proving parentage of Hannah?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you obtain a search warrant to get any evidence from Chloe Driver's body?
Yes.
And what was that for?
I wanted to get swabs off of her hands to see if she had DNA from Hannah on her hands.
All right. And where was Chloe Driver taken after she left 215 Mountain Vista?
Taken straight to Kennestone Hospital.
All right. And in terms of the law enforcement response to the hospital, once she was taken to the hospital, was there an officer at the hospital with her?
Yes. We had an officer sit on her 24/7.
Okay. And you mentioned that you got a search warrant. When did you first go to Kennestone Hospital to make contact with Miss Driver?
12/9, which would have been the very next day.
The next day. Okay. And when you went to make contact with her at Kennestone Hospital, you indicated that you had a search warrant. What was sort of your intention in making contact with her on the 9th?
So my intention was just to get photos of her, to get her saliva, and also to get DNA off of her hands.
All right. And when you interacted with her on that date, was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right. And one moment, Your Honor, if I may, sir.
That's fine.
Your Honor, I was speaking with the defense based on our earlier discussions about the videos of Ms. Driver's interviews and the written annotations that have been added to them. I believe the parties are in agreement to stipulate to the admissibility of State's Exhibit 100, 101, and 102.
That's correct, Judge. All right, you're admitted.
All right. When you went and made contact with Ms. Driver, was she capable of speaking verbally?
She was whispering, but not necessarily loudly speaking like I am today.
Okay, and why?
She had a slash in her throat.
Okay, did she have a trach?
Yes,
And was she capable of giving written responses?
absolutely.
And did she give written responses?
She's the one who told me she wanted to write stuff down.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing State's Exhibit 103 and 104. Do you recognize these?
Yes, this is my handwriting on the top and her handwriting on her social security number, date of birth, and address, as well as her name. And then this is her statements.
Okay. And do these truly and accurately reflect in State's 104, the Miranda form you exercised on that day, and State's 103, her handwritten responses to your questions?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would tender State's 103 and 104. No objection.
You're admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish State's Exhibit 100.
All right.
And on what day did you indicate this was?
12/9.
12/9, okay.
Hey Chloe, my name is Detective Cruz, and I'm here because I have a search warrant, okay? But I'm here to collect kind of DNA sample of your inner cheek, a DNA sample of kind of your hands, and then I can take some pictures, and that's pretty much it. Okay? I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, and then see if you're okay to even answer anything. Because you can't talk about how to ask any questions, okay? So, do you know how many quarters are in dollars? Good. Do you know where you are located today? Good. Do you know what day is today? Very good. And so I'm just here because I want to make sure that A, you're okay, and that B, I get stuff from your body to make sure that nobody is hurting you, okay? You have experienced some trauma, and so we want to make sure that you are taken care of, all right? And I'm going to leave this paperwork for you and my business card. And my business card will have my cell on it. If you need anything, that cell is on 24/7, okay? You got that? Perfect. I'm going to leave this paperwork right here. You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk at all, okay? But we're not going to talk today, okay? And I'm going to visit you again tomorrow, okay? And I'm going to visit you the next day if you want me to. But I want to make sure that you're okay, okay? So let me put this here for you. And I'm going to leave you my business card. Okay? And then I'm gonna take this out of here because we don't need this anymore, okay? Okay. Are you cold? Are your feet cold? A little bit? Okay. My camera is ready. Could you believe this for me on this hand if you can? Perfect. And stay like just like that, so I'm gonna come on this side, okay? Thank you. Hold up this hand. That's perfect. You can put that one down, okay? Okay, again. And do it now. So I wanted to tell you, they talked to mom for you and dad. And they asked about you, and they want to see you. That's okay. If you want to see them, you can. If you don't want to see them, you don't have to. But they can't come into the hospital because this is a trauma unit. And so when they move you to a new unit, they may be able to visit, okay? So we will ask at that point if they can visit you, all right? Is that okay? But you don't have to see them if you don't want to, okay? Can I take pictures here? Okay? I'm going this side, okay? You're all closed up. How's your legs? Are they swollen? Are they okay? Can I take a look? Oh, you got compressions on. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna leave those on. Those are very good for you. You want a nurse? Want me to get a nurse? You sure? Can we talk tomorrow? I want to talk to you tomorrow though, okay? Because I feel like I want to give you everything, okay? And I haven't visited yet, so I can't tell you for sure, okay? So I want to make sure that you're okay first. She's at a different hospital, because this is not a baby hospital, okay? Breathe, please, and feel. I want you to breathe, okay? I do not want to put up your blood pressure. It looks like it's going to go up. So I'm going to have the nurse check, just to be on the safe side, okay? Hold on. Hey, I have a nurse. Just want to make sure that her blood pressure is not going up too high. Can you check that just for me? I just want to make sure that her blood pressure is okay and I'm not elevating it in any way.
I don't know what it has been, but she's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just, I was concerned
Yes.
because I'm like, I see it a little bit spiking and I'm like, I do not want to cause any spike in anything.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about medical
It's
stuff.
okay, that's what we're here for.
Okay. I just did too, just so you know. Okay.
We get scared of other stuff too.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I just want to make sure you're okay, that's it. And when I look at that and then it starts going up, I'm like, uh-oh. So, because you can't speak to me currently, is why I don't want to talk, okay? I want you to be able to say, well, you can write stuff down, you want to write stuff down? Okay, we can do that, we can do that. Let me get something to write with, okay? Are you wanting? You want to write? I don't understand. So, let me get something for you to write. I don't want you to talk, okay? Let me get something for you to write with. I have to write stuff. She wants to talk. Yes. How about that? That's a good one. Good one. These are all juveniles. This, yeah, I have them in different languages, just so you know, yes. Okay. Yeah, all types of stuff, but I'll give you that. All right, at least I got one. All that matters. Okay. And I think he has a book. A book. I'm gonna see what she did right on that. I found something for you to write with, okay? Okay. Before you say anything to me, I want you to read your rights, okay? And I have to do this because our policy, state of Georgia, you have rights, all right? And everybody has rights. And I do not want you to not listen and hear them and then read them for yourself, okay? Here's your first right. You have the right to remain silent, okay? You don't have to speak to me, okay? Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law, all right? You have the right to talk to a lawyer or have them present during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you and any questioning if you wish, okay? You can decide at any time during this interview that you can exercise your rights and you can quit being answered with any questions, or you can quit me asking any questions or making any statements. You can just stop at any point and say, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Is that okay? Fair enough? Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to write everything for you today's date, which is 12/9. We are at Kennestone Hospital. Okay, the time is 15:59. And I'm going to put mine. Okay? Kim Kim, I'm gonna have you witness her signing this, okay? I'm gonna sign here. Okay. You're gonna put your name here, how old you are, your date of birth, your address where you live. If you don't have an address, don't put one. You're gonna read each right and then put your initials, and then read that paragraph saying you understand your rights. Then you're gonna sign, okay? That's for you, and that's for you. Is it you want to do?
I like to get to entrance where they turn people around.
Oh, okay.
They check the temperature and then the door is sitting there. So I gotta walk into the door. That's really,
Okay.
so, but it's so long. Wait for time. That's when I got lost.
Good question.
I'm reading tomorrow. So, I'll be here maybe 10 minutes, is that?
All right, I'm gonna have him sign this paper, but I'm gonna take this paper from you. You can write whatever you want to write, all right? Sign that witness signature line.
Is this your first?
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. You want to do this? You want to ask the question, write it down, and then I'll read it out loud and I'll answer the question? You want to do that? Yeah? Okay. You can keep the pen. You said, I want to know if my baby survived ASAP. That's one question. I want to know who is staying with her. That's the second question. Okay. And I'm going to answer both for you. Your baby did not survive. Okay? Your baby did not make it. All right? Your baby is currently getting an autopsy done to find out what actually happened to her body. Okay? You want to ask more questions? No? I'll do this for you. You can ask me anything you want. Who did that to you? Did your husband do that to you? That's the question? You want to answer? Yeah? Okay. I want to speak to Ben Young and Ben Michael and Renee Driver. Okay? We can't let you speak to Ben Young, okay? Because you have that in there. We can't let you speak to your mom, and your mom said she's coming, okay? Do you want to speak to her? She's coming here. Do you want to speak to her in person, face to face, or on the phone? In person, face to face. Okay, good. So I've already called your mom, and she said she's going to be here tomorrow morning, okay? She's on her way. You have another question? You cannot speak to Ben Young, because I think he did this to you. Can you tell me what you're saying? I don't want anybody to hurt you anymore.
She's just, her heart rate is getting elevated. Take some big deep breaths.
Okay, let me read it. Let me read it. Breathe, I want you to breathe. Breathe. Okay.
Look at me. Breathe. Slow. You're breathing. Look at me.
What's your name? Chloe.
Chloe. Chloe. Look at me. Breathe. Breathe. There you go. There you go. You're doing good. Just breathe. Just breathe. Okay. It was going wonky because her pulse ox was right here, so when she was writing,
Oh,
it was just
sorry.
giving her. No, it's fine. That's why it was alarming. But then she just got worked up.
Do you want me to read it? Yeah. You want me to read it? He didn't do it, I did. I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. Who are his friends? Who are they? You know their names? Help me. You don't want to? Okay. Okay, we're stopping. That's it, no more. I don't want to hear someone. Breathe, please. Breathe, please. I don't want to talk and get you worked up, okay? You're already worked up, I can see it. Listen to me. I'm coming tomorrow again. Can we call tomorrow? Okay? He can't come here because they won't let him. Because of COVID, nobody can come in this hospital. So when you switch roles, then people can visit you, okay? But nobody can come in here. Only law enforcement can come in here. Nobody else. They're not letting anybody into this hospital. It's a major COVID center, okay? Listen, tomorrow they may move you to a new room. You may be out of the ICU, okay? And then at that point, how about we call him now? You want to do that? Tomorrow? What time? What time do you wake up? Okay, that's okay. What about 9:30 a.m.? Good? You want me to set a date with you? 9:30 a.m. That's good? Good. I don't want to get you worked up anymore. Okay? No more working up. Okay? I want you to breathe. Alright? And again, I'm protected for you. I'm here for you, okay? Immediately, she didn't suffer. Immediately, she did not suffer before she left the house. Okay? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Okay? That is for your family to decide, okay? When you get better, your family wants to take her to Knoxville. I know. Okay? Benjamin wants her body too. He said so. Okay? You want Benjamin to have her body? He can't come here and talk. Tomorrow he can't come and talk. They won't let him come into the hospital, and I don't know if they're transferring you from here. I have to ask, okay? And I know, but we can call him tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna get his phone number and everything like that. No, he doesn't have your phone. It's at the house? You want me to go get it? Okay. He's not at the house. I want you to breathe, please. Phone up again. You're scared? Your stuff is at the house. Upstairs in the room? Okay. Your phone and the bag. Okay. Phone and the bag is upstairs in the room. I got that. Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell me before I come back tomorrow for you? You just want to call him? You want to talk to him? Okay. I will make that happen. Okay? All right? I will make it happen. Okay? I'm going to get his phone, so that way we can call. I have your phone. I have my phone. I have your phone. Yes. Okay? But I can't bring it here because it's dead. We gotta charge it. It's dead? Yes. We tried to look to see about your mom's phone number and couldn't find it on your phone, so I had to look somewhere else. Take the pictures off. Is mine off? Yours is off. Yes. Okay. I'm going to charge it for you tonight. Okay? And I will bring it tomorrow. Oh, I can't get it now. Canton is far from here. And your phone is in Canton. Canton is like 45 minutes from here. Okay? We're not near Canton. So I would have to drive all the way over there and then come all the way back here. Okay? That's why I'm going to do it tomorrow. We're going to schedule an appointment tomorrow. Okay? 9:30 a.m. Okay? And your mom, she's coming tomorrow. So hopefully we can get you in a new room so your mom can see you. I talked to your mom already. You want me to talk to them about moving you? Okay. I will. Okay. Is there anything else I'm missing? No? All right. Tomorrow, 9:30, okay?
Yeah, but I do, that's the only way I can get my husband to go to.
All right, Detective Cruz, I want to follow up with you about a couple of things about that interview. We put the annotations in the Miranda form on the video, but what we've already previously admitted is State's Exhibit 104. I'll put that up on the screen. All right. First, tell me, when you walked in and you started asking her questions about how many quarters in the dollar, what day of the week is it, do you know where you're at? We heard your portion, but was she able to accurately answer all of those questions?
She was. She whispered everything.
Okay. And why did you ask her those questions?
I wanted to know if she was of sound mind and judgment, and that's usually questions that we ask. I didn't know how many medications that they gave her, if she was lucid even to talk.
Okay. And did she seem to have any difficulty understanding you, knowing who you were, knowing why you were there?
Not at all.
Okay. And then you had previously indicated that you were not there to talk to her at all, that you were just going to sort of take swabs until she indicated she wanted to write. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We saw that you did take those swabs. Were those sent off to the crime lab?
They were.
Your Honor, we do have a written stipulation, which I can read into the record at the appropriate time. Any objection? Okay, I'll just read it this time. Stipulation: swabs from the left and right hands of Chloe Alexis Driver were collected by Canton Police Department on December the 9th, 2020. The swabs were sent to the GBI crime lab where chemical examination revealed the presence of blood. Further laboratory testing revealed the DNA of Hannah Driver was located on the swabs from both the left and right hands of Chloe Alexis Driver, dated November 14th, 2024, signed by myself, Katie Gropper, and attorney Angela Trethaway. Well, Jonathan Kessler for Angela Trethaway. All right, going back to, you asked some preliminary questions about to assess sort of what mental state she was in, her ability to communicate coherently. When you handed her this Miranda form that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 104, tell me which portions she filled out herself.
Sure. She filled out her name, her age, her date of birth, her social security number, her address. She put her initials 1 through 5, and then she signed at the bottom.
Okay. And did she require any assistance doing any of that?
She did not.
Okay. All right. And then we saw the annotations on the screen. I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 103, which has been previously admitted. Is this the complete writing from when you spoke to her in that interview we just saw?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. At some point, you and her in that interview were still communicating, but she wasn't writing anymore. But you were obviously responding to things that you were hearing her say, but they were not audible. So I want to talk to you about some of that. At one point in that interview, you said, "I don't want to call him and get you worked up." What was that in response to?
She wanted to speak to Benjamin, and I told her her blood pressure was already going up. I don't want to call him and get her worked up, meaning her blood pressure would have been even sky through the roof then. I knew she was in a fragile state, so.
Okay. At one point, you said immediately before she left the house. What was that in response to?
If she had passed away.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at one point you said that is for your family to decide, and you engaged in a discussion with her about what was going to happen to Hannah's body.
That's correct.
What did she say she wanted to happen to Hannah's body?
She said she wanted Ben Michael to have Hannah, not her parents.
Okay. And then toward the end of the interview, you made arrangements to return the following day. What was her request about why she wanted you to return with her phone the following day?
She wanted to call Benjamin and her parents.
Okay. All right. That same day, did you ever go back into the room and speak to her a second time?
I did. I believe I asked when they were going to move her.
Okay.
And they told me they weren't going to move her. So I had mentioned to her that they weren't going to move her just yet.
Okay. Was that recorded as well?
That was.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 101, which has been previously admitted.
All right.
Okay, I just got word from them. They are not moving you tomorrow, okay? And they don't make any exceptions for mom or anybody to come in the room because of the ICU, okay? So I want to be very clear. Mom can't come in, but we can call her. You want to call mom? We can do that, okay? So 9:30 a.m., first call, you want to be for mom or you want it to be to Benjamin? You want to write it down? Because whatever you write, I can tell them. That's up to you. Will they move for 2 days from now?
I don't know. I don't know when they'll move it. We don't have to make definitive, this is when it will happen.
Thank you, I appreciate it. The better you get, then they'll move you, okay? So your job is to stay healthy and to get better. So they can move you and then we can have visitors. You can't have your phone, okay? We took a search warrant for your phone too, okay? Because we thought that Benjamin was hurting you. And so we took your phone and his to make sure that's not happening, okay? We wanted to make sure that there's nothing on that cell phone that says he's been hurting you, he's been violent towards you, he cut you. So we wanted to make sure that he didn't. Okay. That's what we wanted to make sure of. All right. So once they're done with the phone, then we'll give them back. All right. All right. I will be back tomorrow at 9:30, and if you want to call people, we'll call and use my cell phone. Okay. We'll do that. That's fine. I didn't bring it with me today because I had a lot of camera equipment and I can't carry everything. All right? But tomorrow I'll carry it and I don't have the camera equipment, okay? But I am going to take a sample, a swab of your hand, and then the inner cheek, okay? And that's basically the DNA sample to say that you are her mom, okay? Because at that point we didn't know who's the mom, all right? So we have to confirm that you and the young and our parents. All right? And that's the only reason why we're doing it. Okay, are you okay and comfortable with that? All right. I'm going to get my little swab. It tickles a little bit, but it doesn't hurt. Okay? All right, let me go get that now. So.
I'm ready when you are. Okay. I do not mark it.
I'm not wrong for that. Just say policy. Okay. Yep.
I haven't, because I just couldn't.
Yep. Okay, I'll let you there, Meg. No, I'm good. Don't even worry. Thank you. Okay. Are these sealed? Yes? Okay, they are. Okay. I wanted to make sure I showed you that. Is this sealed? Yes? Okay, perfect. I'm going to open this one and we'll do cheek first, okay? see if I can actually open it. There we go. Usually have my pen doing this for me, but. You want me to move so you can empty that out right now? No, you good. You sure? Yeah. Okay. You know, I haven't broken any of these things. I got a little too forceful. This is not good. There we go. Is that sealed? Good? Okay. That's the first one I'll start with. I'm going to swap your right cheek and then your left cheek, okay? And like I said, this is the proof that your mom needs, okay? And then Danielle is daddy. Can you say ah for me? Ah? Thank you. Okay. Left cheek. Thank you. Okay. This is my least favorite part. Getting the evidence tape just right. Okay? Yeah, I need to find that actually. Let me get this pen again. Okay, perfect. Chloe, you spell C-H-L-O-E. Is that how you spell it? You have a middle name, Alexis, A-L-E-X-I-S. Okay. And last name is Driver, D-R-I-V-E-R. Okay. Okay. I'm going to have you sign here, put your date of birth, whatever race that you go by, okay? And that's it. Can you do that for me? Date of birth, signature first, okay? I think I lost one. I'll leave one for each hand, like that. Yeah, just in case. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I need you to witness. Her name, signature, date. Thank you. Appreciate that. You go by Caucasian, African American, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, Caucasian? Yes? Okay. And your social security number? You want to write it down? Okay. Write it right here for me. Perfect, thank you. You want to write it down? Here. Let's write, don't speak, write. He said, how long will my prison sentence be for killing her? I can't answer that. You know why? I'm not your judge and I'm not your jury, okay? I'm only a mere detective collecting evidence and investigating. So I'm not your judge or jury, okay? So I can't answer that. All right? You want to write again? Or you're good? All right. Oops, I'm sorry. Two more samples. Sealed? Yes? Okay. Let me get a little bit of water from here. Okay? I want you to open your hand. Perfect. I'm going to take a little bit of I can do it. So dry, right? All right. Now take your other hand, okay? All right. One more time, okay? Same thing, I'm going to do it. Have a bit of water. All right. Let's try a different finger. Thank you. Let me know if I'm hurting you, okay? Alright? So this one. Is that okay? Let me know if I'm hurting you, okay? Alright. You want to ask me anything before I leave before tomorrow? No? Maybe? No? Okay. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Numbers that I need from Mom and Benjamin, so that way we can call them, okay? 9:30 in the morning, are you going to expect me? I'll be here tomorrow for you, okay? All right. Do you want me to leave this so you can communicate with other people? Yeah? I'll leave it for you, okay? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your patience.
May I approach? Yes. United States Exhibit 105. Do you know what this is?
Yes, this was the last sentence that she asked of me.
Does this truly and accurately reflect what Ms. Driver wrote on December the 9th of 2020?
Yes.
I would tender states 105.
No objection.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
And we heard you read this out loud, but is this the actual original writing of Ms. Driver?
That is the actual original writing of Ms. Driver.
At one point, I believe when you were swabbing her hands, you said in the interview, is that a cut?
Yes.
What were you observing?
On her right hand, she had 2 visible cuts that I could see. And so I asked her, is that a cut?
Your Honor, we do have another video. Are we going to take a morning break, or how do you want us to time?
How long is the next video?
It is 30. 38 minutes.
Okay, sounds like this would be a good time to take a break. We're gonna let you be in recess until 1:45. You can go downstairs if you'd like to. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk about the case. We'll see you back in the jury room at 1:45. All right. You can resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Cruz, when we left off, we were discussing that you had left Kennestone Hospital on December the 9th of 2020, and we saw in those videos that you made plans with Ms. Driver to come back the following day because she wanted to call Benjamin, Ben Michael, and her mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you return to Kennestone Hospital the following day?
I did.
Right. And did you re-Mirandize her at that time?
I did.
Why did you read her Miranda again?
I wanted to make sure if she was on medications the prior day that she knew what she was reading the second day as well.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you states 106. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this the Miranda form that you completed with her on that day?
I did.
And I would tender at this time states 106. No objection.
106 is submitted.
All right. And then in terms of the manner of communication with her on the 10th of December, was she still communicating primarily in writing?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to hand you, may I approach?
Yes.
States 107, which is a 4-page composite exhibit. Do you recognize these?
I do.
And what are those?
These are her handwriting.
Are these the handwritten notes from Ms. Driver for the duration of the conversation with her on the 10th, including her communication with you, with Benjamin, and with her mother?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender states 107. Yeah. No objection? No objection.
107 is admitted.
All right. And then similarly, was that communication recorded with your body cam?
It was.
And Your Honor, that has already been tendered. Let me get back into the computer here. And I would like to publish at this time States Exhibit 102.
Go ahead.
Okay? Is it a little bit better? It's okay. You. Breathe, name, breathe. What do you want to do first? Do you want to call mom first? You can write if you want, and we can start FaceTime maybe. You want to do that or no? What do you want to do? Call Ben first? It's up to you. So, I will have you write whatever you want to do first. You let me know, and I'm here to help, okay? So. Let's call him first then. I'm going to place him on speakerphone so you can hear at least, okay? Okay. Let me call again. Okay. 843 number? That's what the number is calling me from. Ben? Hello, Ben? Ben? Second? Ben is Detective Cruz, and I'm here with Chloe. And she hears you, but she can't talk to you, but she's writing down questions. So I'm going to relay the information to you, okay? And she says, Ben, hi, how are you, and where are you? Did you hear me? Ben? Ben? Hold on. Ben? Okay, I can hear you now. She says, hi, how are you? Where are you? Have you seen Nancy?
I'm still in the area. I have not seen her deceased child.
Okay. You don't want to add something else? She's crying. Do you want to say anything to her?
She won't explain what went through your mind. No one's business.
She wants to know what happened.
In your mind, no one's business, because just happened like it all just started just when I came up the stairs to get everybody. When did you go down and get a knife? In jurisdiction. Why?
Okay, she says, I felt safest. Oh, it felt safest. Then I felt horrible.
She wrote what?
It felt safest. Then I felt horrible. I went because I had no choice. You hear me?
Yeah. So you went to get toys and you returned with a knife.
So you went to get toys and you returned with a knife? No. I went to get a knife.
Because she had no choice.
Because she had no choice.
No choice. No choice. I heard the word T-O-Y-S, toys.
No, she said choice. C-H-O-I-C-E.
Can she hear me so on speaker?
No, no, cannot either. She can hear you.
You always have a choice, and your choices did this. You always have a choice. I don't know why you felt like you had no choice. Why did you feel like you had no choice?
She says, I couldn't handle being with the group anymore. And you left no alternative with the certain threat. What threat did you make to her?
Not sure what she's referring to.
Come on, man. Let's be truthful here. She's being truthful here.
Ask her what threats.
Taking the money and not letting me just buy land and be with her. As long as she needed you have a whole roof to take care of.
Okay.
And blame me for all the problems. You blame her for all the problems.
No, you were blaming yourself for everybody in the world's pain. You were saying you control everybody. You were blaming yourself for everything.
Let's be constructive here.
Just the day before.
Let's not blame anybody.
And just the day before.
Yes, you constantly told me.
Just the day before. That whole deep teaching that came out just before we left. They said the moral was, Jason said the moral was, remember who you are.
So what deep teaching was that?
It's not your fault. I said, the moral is, it's not your fault.
Except everybody treated me like it was. I only existed if I moved first.
That's the whole thing. You never nobody talks unless you succeed.
Hey, listen to me. I don't think this is getting anywhere.
I felt like I wanted to hear something a little more specific.
The girl always hated. That's why we treat us indifferent. No? Okay. Okay. She said the girl always hated it. That's why we bring us indifferently to places. Practicing. Oh. Separate us. You separated the dogs?
They were in different rooms.
Why?
As we said in the interview, because it was very negligent in considering everything that just happened. But I felt like everybody was very happy because of the context of that going on our way to get land. We were all seemingly pretty excited about it. I felt like Goldie was very uplifted about just this one thing, being there far.
She even asked. She said it felt wrong. She said, I thought it felt wrong. I even asked.
I just said that's enough for you because I figured that they were driving these press and I said, actually, 100% bigger floor could be too much.
What does that say? So you want it? And just want it. Okay. Here's a piece of paper. Let's push it up so we can write that. Alright, she said, and just wanted to have a normal life for me and Nancy. She probably told me I keep distracting and removing, distracting and removing. Listen, she gave you what she had, okay? So,
I just wanted to know if there was anything more specific that's triggered this last little bit of time. That's really what it was. I just wanted to know. Nothing that here. We went through some stuff there. Some of the steps there. But just asking, it's still asking.
I told you why. I told you why.
You told me you had no choice. Not asking you had no choice about that, how specifically in that moment.
You refused to listen. And how many times did I state how I felt? Things would go if I remained in that state.
Let me ask you this last question.
I agree and said, and you didn't take me seriously.
Let me ask you this question, last question. Why do you think any of these, even if so entirely valid, that you had to do that? Why that?
Because you thought of what you taught me about messed up inner layers and magic with what you were doing to her if I didn't listen. So it sounds to me like there was a lot of threats made on your part to her, and this is her reasoning for those threats, okay? I saw what you were insisting, but no worries. Nobody will be. Believe me. Good? You want to say more or not? Okay. We don't want to talk anymore either. Unless you do. You have questions? Okay. Did you arrive with her?
No, the officer took her away from me. Nothing here accused. I was detained at the house.
Okay. All right, if you have additional questions about this, what happened, I can answer those, all right? Did you try to come to? I don't know what that means. Did you try to come to either of us?
By the time that I completed my house, spent the evening police precinct. She's dark, straight to the point, until the view, which is talking about partners texting. So yesterday, following suit, I did go down my way, and adjacent to test out the way that it's going to stay to.
He didn't want to see you. Anything else before I let him go? No? He said no. All right, thank you so much, Diane. Yes. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. I have questions, okay? Not about the conversation between you two. Okay? That's your personal business, okay? Are you okay with me asking questions? Okay. When you came in with all the bags and babies, is that what you had tonight, or you went back downstairs? You went back downstairs. Okay. Are the cuts on your hands from that night? Or from something different? Probably? Okay. What about your black eye? Tell me what happened here. I don't remember. I don't know. Okay. And same thing like that? Was it because of the situation that you were triggered that way? I wasn't in the same. Oh, I was in the same space for almost 2 months. Oh my goodness. It's getting worse. And nobody cared at all. Not even your parents cared? One. I ran to them. Okay. Your mom sent me a video. You remember taking that video? You want to see it? You let me know. You don't have to if you don't want to. Do you remember the video or no? No? Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can pull it up, okay? Tell me about that video. Can you tell me something about that video? Was he forcing you? Okay. Do you feel like he was controlling you? Yes or no? This is what, yes or no? Yes? Put it. Yes, okay. He said that he took you to get medication. Were you taking any medication? Any oral, prescription, THC, CBD, okay? What's the CBD? That's when my paranoia started. Was it laced with anything, do you know? Where did you guys get the CBD from? His friend. In what state? Connecticut? No? California. Okay. Got it in Connecticut. Oh, okay. Is that the friend's name? No? That same Jason that was in the room? Okay. Did he hurt you, Jason? Once. Or twice. Trying to get me back inside the house. Why did you leave the house? Good. Trust them anymore. And so there. Okay. I believe you. You know? I believe you. This group, he said it's only a trust for banking institution for 501c3A. Is that true? What kind of religion? If you could have the system and get free money and houses, okay. Christ doesn't have a system, right? No? Okay. Tell me, did you use the knife on yourself? What did you do first? How did it play out? Do you remember? Who's Brenda? Walk me through the steps. I just want to die with her. I understand. I know that. You want to quit? Let me know. We don't have to do this. I want to get in my trust. Okay? You want to talk to mom, maybe? You think that'll lighten up the mood or not? You tell me what you want to do. I'm here for you. So if you want to talk to mom, we can. I want to go home with life, and I required to stay here. You're required to stay here because you're still hurt, first off, okay? Is there a way to leave earlier? No, there isn't a way to leave earlier, okay? Because of what you did, okay, I can't make you go home, and I can't let you go home. And I'm not even going to sugarcoat stuff, okay? won't be the hospital until you get better, okay? They won't let you leave. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Are you going straight to prison? Not right away. No. And I don't know when that's going to happen, okay? I'm sure I'm better. Maybe. Okay? Not gonna lie to you. You want to talk tomorrow? Or do you think it's not a good day to talk tomorrow? What do you think? I want to go by what you think. He wants to talk to you. I don't know if it's good. Just like I didn't think Ben's talking about was good, but I let you have it. Okay? Yay, yay. So when do we get the phone back? Okay. He then will get his phone back hopefully today or tomorrow. You won't get your phone back, okay, until the case is closed, all right? And even then, I don't know if they get phones where you're going to be going, okay? I don't know. I can't tell you that for sure. Your phone is also being downloaded, but I don't have the password to it, so it's going to take much longer, okay? So I can't promise you that. I can't. Did you ever try to do this before? Hurt yourself? Eighth grade. Okay, so mom and dad know that you did that? Yes? What did you try to do in the eighth grade? Failure. Okay. Okay. See? So my parents can't bring me a phone to speak with them. Your parents came to come to the hospital because of COVID. So, if you want to speak to them, I can call them right now. Okay? Up to you. What do you want to do right now? Can we call her mom? Okay? I don't have mom's number. That's why I brought you. Yeah. This is my sergeant, okay? He's gonna.
Is it okay if I come in so we can call mom?
Can they send one in the mail? I can. You want me to ask? Okay. Whose number is that? That's your parents' number. Okay. She gave you your parents' number. I can do it. All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's do this. 3. Put it on speaker again, okay? Let's get a new page, just in case you have some questions. Hey, is this Renee? Yes. Hi Renee, this is Detective Cruz. I also have your daughter on the line, okay? She hears everything you're saying. Okay. And she wants to talk to you, but I will be communicating for her. She will be writing down the questions. If you have anything, then we can go from there. She's unable to speak. She's whispering, but not that great.
I do have an iPad, if I can do that.
Yeah, let's FaceTime on iPad. Call me on this number.
Okay, that's not my right now.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, mom wants to see you. Is that okay? Okay. Just gonna call me right back on iPad and we can FaceTime. I'm sorry I told her. I should have saved. What's your phone password? Are you going to give me that? 4, 2, 6. All right. Let's see if Mom is FaceTiming me now. Let's see. I think she's going to call from this number. Is that what you want to tell Mom too? Hey, this is Detective Cruz. She can hear you just fine. She said, I am sorry I killed her. I should have stayed. Tell her what you want to tell her. I love you. 2. They're going to take me away after being in here for weeks by myself. So they are going to move her to a new unit. So I have to ask that new unit if you guys can come see her, okay? All right, and I will ask, okay? And I'm going to do my hardest to see if, because of COVID, it's really bad here. I'm not sure if you're familiar. The cases of COVID have gone up in Georgia, and this area that we're in is heavily invaded with COVID. So if you guys do come, you're going to have to be masked up and everything the whole time with her.
That's fine.
Okay. Absolutely. We're going to try so that way you can see her, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Promise me. No more talking until we can get you a lawyer. You have to get a lawyer. Okay? Don't. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
You want to tell her everything else?
Please do me a favor. We have to get you a lawyer. Okay? We already know. But from here on out, you need to go to a lawyer, okay?
Hey, that's okay. Her blood pressure is going up and it's raising and elevating, and so I get it, but I don't want to really get her messed up. She said, can you talk to Brian about using the trust money? Maybe? The money? No? Can you talk to Brian about using the trust? Maybe. And I've already told them a lot. Yeah, she has told us a lot, I'm not gonna lie. Okay?
When will I be able to?
Because I feel, hold on, still talking, because I feel hopeless.
I don't feel hopeless. Please, you gotta get better. You gotta get better. You concentrate on yourself right now.
Okay.
She took these injuries to herself.
Yes. Yes. We'll talk to you afterwards. I think this is a lot for her to handle in a day.
I'm just okay. I'm really sorry about her brother. I love you, Chloe. I love you very, very much. We will do whatever we can do, okay? I love you.
She said, I love you too. She whispered it. I think I heard her lips, okay?
Is she gonna be okay?
She's gonna be okay.
She is.
She is gonna be okay. Okay?
Alright. I love you more than anything. I love you more than anything. Take care of yourself. Please make sure you start eating. Please. I know you can't right now, but
I think they have a feeding tube, right? They gave you a feeding tube? Yes, they gave her a feeding tube. She hates it, no matter what.
she's
She hates it.
not.
I know. Okay. We will call you right after this, okay?
Alright.
Thank you. No, that's fine. You know, things are needed. It's a situation that's going to be needed, okay? I get it.
Thank you for letting me chat.
You're welcome. Can you talk to Brian about using the truck? Maybe, okay?
I'll do my best.
I'll do my best. He might ignore you. Worth a shot, though. Worth a shot. That's what she said.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Okay.
I love you, Chloe.
Love you. I love you too. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. You can do whatever you do. Can you bring that up?
Detective Cruz, we discussed that was December the 10th of 2020. The following day, December the 11th, were you present when she had a conversation with her father on the phone?
I was.
Okay. Were you there for questioning her on that day?
I wasn't going to question her on that day, but yes, I was there. I held my phone for her, and her father talked to her about getting an attorney.
Okay. Did you Mirandize her or question her in any manner?
No, it was just a conversation between her and her father.
Okay. And what statements do you recall her making in your presence to her father?
She did not want an attorney.
And did she make any statements about her state of mind when she committed the acts?
She did.
And what did she say?
I did it in my own mind, or something to that effect. It was of my own mind.
I want to talk to you. Let me go back. You indicated that Investigator Shaw did the scene processing in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 65 and admitted into evidence. Let's see. Do you recognize what this is?
That's the baby bag.
Okay. Was this the bag that was in the room with Ms. Driver and Hannah when the act was committed?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you see my cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What is this?
That's her cell phone.
Okay. Is this the cell phone that you collected and had processed by Lindsay Harris?
That's correct.
Okay. And after this bag was collected, did you do anything to retrieve any items out of that bag?
Yes. So we got rid of all of there was food in there. So we got rid of the food. And then we,
Is that carrots we see?
yeah, yes. And then we looked inside of the bag to see what was in it. There was some baby clothes, a couple checks. Her cards were in there, like the state of Connecticut card. There was debit cards. There was also money, cash in there. And she had some checks and like a bank statement.
Okay. How much cash was in that bag?
$1,000.
All right. And did you ever communicate with Ms. Driver after that bag was collected about what to do with those items?
I did.
And what did she request be done with those items?
To be given to her parents.
Okay. And when I say those items, what were being given to her parents?
So the cash and then the cards, and I believe her photo ID was in there.
Okay. And did she complete a property release form to allow you to release her personal effects and cash to her parents?
She did.
May I approach? Yes. And Henny, you say 108. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is this the form that she completed?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would tender states 108. No objection.
108 submitted.
And I'm publishing 108. Okay.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt Ms. Roper. I wanted to bring this up. I know we're on a delay, but there's been contact information already posted with respect to phone numbers, and now we're getting into addresses. I just want to make sure that none of that's going to be televised or that will be blacked out.
Yes, it will be.
Thank you.
This is State's Exhibit 108. And can you tell the jury specifically what you retrieved from that bag and that belonged to Ms. Driver and released to her parents?
Sure. 2 Wells Fargo's debit card, 1 state of Connecticut social services card, 1 state of Florida photo ID of Chloe, and then $1,000 US in 20 increments of 50 each.
Okay, and those debit cards, were those in the name of Chloe Driver?
They were.
Okay. I approach.
Yes.
Henny, let's mark the states 109 through 114. Can you take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes. Yes. These were the checks that were in the bag.
Just
And
generally tell me, are those the items that came from that
all of these items came from that bag.
bag? And do these photographs truly and accurately reflect what was inside that bag that was collected on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I would tender State's Exhibit 109 through 114.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
All right, we'll start with 109. This is the bag.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Do you know what this item is here in the middle?
It was, I believe, a Bible.
Okay. And then what were these items that were in the bag?
Checks.
Okay. And whose name were these checks in?
Chloe Drivers.
All right. And go to, let me see if I can rotate this. All right. Let me go back to 109. What banking institution were these checks related to?
Wells Fargo Bank.
Okay. And in looking at this check, can you determine the last 4 digits of the account number?
Yes, ma'am. 6656.
And when we look to the receipts that were in the bag, what do we have in the receipts?
The checking number, which would be 66. The date of last transaction.
And there's 3 items in this, so let me be specific just for purposes of the record. The receipt on the bottom left of the photograph, what was the account balance and last 4 of the account number on that one? Okay. And does this receipt on the lower left of State's Exhibit 111 show a withdrawal in the amount of $800?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do the checks that we just discussed correspond with that account number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then going to the receipt on the top of State's 111, what does this show in terms of the transaction and account?
It shows a different date, the amount taken out, same checking number.
Okay, and this shows a withdrawal of $200?
That's correct.
Okay, the combination of those 2 receipts, $800 withdrawal and a $200 withdrawal, did that collective amount, was that consistent with the amount of cash that you found in her bag?
That's correct, $1,000.
All right, and is that the cash that she asked you to give to her parents?
That's correct.
Okay. And then this other receipt. What was the balance of this other account that she had a receipt for?
$69,000 for the check amount, and the total deposit amount was $69,000.
Okay, and was this a different account number?
It was.
One moment, Your Honor. Detective Cruz, in the course of your investigation, did you discover any evidence that anybody had stabbed Chloe or Hannah Driver other than Chloe Driver?
I did not.
Okay. And when did you arrest her for, or when was she, I guess, booked for the charges of murder in this case?
So I took out the warrant for her arrest on the 17th, and they discharged her from the hospital on the 22nd.
Of December?
That's correct. So she would have been booked in that day.
December 22nd, okay. And the individual that we saw in that interview who admitted to killing Hannah Nicole Driver, do you see her in this courtroom?
I do.
And can you point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's sitting right there in a white sweater.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right. Judge, I, of course, inclined to take a lunch break now. I appreciate the opportunity not to be interrupted with cross-examination.
All right. We will take an early lunch recess. We don't have a meal available for you today because we weren't exactly sure of the scheduling. So we're going to let you be in recess until 1:15. Leave us your notepads. Feel free to leave the building and otherwise enjoy your lunch. Don't talk to anybody about the case or do any research about it. Be back in the jury room at 1:15. All right, cross-examination.
All right, good afternoon, Detective Cruz.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I'm going to start with kind of a silly way to go about things. I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense 6, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Your first witness?
Yes.
Yes,
Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us who that individual is in that picture?
That is Ben Michael.
Okay, Your Honor, request to publish to the jury the picture, move to admit, and then, yes.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted and you may publish.
All right, so that's the gentleman that you dealt with named Ben Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so Detective Cruz, you were pretty much involved in this case pretty much from the very beginning.
That's correct.
And the only people that were there ahead of you were EMS and some of your responding officers, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so you were assigned to this case by your sergeant?
My lieutenant.
Lieutenant, okay. Also involved in this case was your Sergeant Hamilton, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were the lead on this case and he is your supervisor, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but he also assisted you in this investigation and did things alongside of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we saw him on one of the body cams that he was there as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So on December the 8th, when you went out to the scene, you told us earlier that the first thing you had everybody do, which some of your officers had actually done it, was separate all these individuals, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose behind that was you didn't want any of these people talking to each other or anything else like that, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know if any of these individuals had their devices still at that point in time?
They all had their devices at that point in time.
Okay, but it wasn't until you got the search warrants, I think, to take those that you took them from Benjamin and Sarah?
That's correct.
Okay, and you didn't seek a search warrant for Jessica's phone
No, I did not.
or Mr. Spiller's?
No, I did not.
Okay, and part of the reason you want to do that is you want to keep them separate for an independent account of what actually happened, correct?
That's correct.
And give them some time to kind of process everything that they had just gone through.
Yes.
All right, so at some point later, after the scene, I guess, for lack of a better term, calmed down, your officers individually transported them to your precinct down here in downtown Canton, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and the first individual you spoke to was Benjamin, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and all of these individuals were put in separate areas, correct?
That's correct.
They weren't in a general waiting room or lobby together, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so they didn't have an opportunity when they were at the police department to kind of talk or engage with one another?
No, and if they were in a room together, there was an officer there with them.
With them? Do you know if any of them still had any of their devices with them at that point in time?
The only people who didn't have their device would have been Chloe Driver. Her device was in the bag. And then Benjamin had his while I was talking to him, and I asked for it after that.
Okay. And when you asked for it, what was his reaction initially?
Oh, he didn't even want me to touch it.
Okay.
Mhm.
So when was and then after you talked to Benjamin, you talked to Mr. Spillers, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then went and talked to, I think, Sarah next?
That's correct.
Okay. And actually, was it Sergeant Hamilton that talked to Jessica Kafijian?
I don't know if it was Jesse Hamilton or if it was Jesse Ray.
Okay.
I don't know. One of the Jessies did.
All right, and then the last person I think y'all spoke to was Mr. Ablin that night, correct?
That's correct.
And all of these interviews are going on while there's still stuff, an active investigation going on at the house, correct?
Correct.
And that's all that crime scene processing and everything else that we saw earlier.
That's correct.
Okay. When was the first time you spoke to Eric and Renee Driver?
I believe it was the following day.
Okay. Did they contact you or do you recall you contacting them?
Now, I'm not sure if you had this, but Hamilton, Sergeant Hamilton actually spoke to them first.
Okay.
I think he is the one who did the notification.
Okay, and that could have been on the 8th?
It could have been, I'm not sure.
All right, but somebody notified them of what was happening at least that particular day, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so, and then based on, do you recall when you received a video from Miss Renee Driver?
So yes, she sent it in an email. And again, I don't know the exact date of the email, but yes, she did send me a video.
Okay, and you don't recall if that was on December the 8th or December the 9th?
No, I don't. And I know it wasn't on December the 8th.
Okay, and you received that video from the drivers prior to making contact with Chloe on December the 9th, correct?
No, actually, I received that video when I spoke to them afterwards. They actually came to Georgia and she told me about all of those things and she sent it to me an email after that.
Okay, but if you watch the body cams, correct?
Yes.
And when you're with Chloe at that particular point in time, it was either the 9th or the 10th, and I'll check my notes in just a minute.
It might be the 10th.
Okay, so, but at that point, but you had met with Chloe one time.
Yep.
And
And then met with the drivers and then met with Chloe again.
Okay, if the interview that you have with the drivers isn't until the 11th, would that refresh your recollection?
It wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me Could it have been a phone call you're thinking of?
Maybe.
Okay, so a formal interview didn't actually take place until the 11th, but you had some kind of phone calls and
Yes.
exchanges with them. Okay.
Yes.
I'll try to be a little clear about
Yes.
that. I know there was a lot of moving parts for you in this case. All right, so, but you had you had obtained that video from the drivers.
Renee.
Renee, prior to showing
Interviewing them,
him.
yes.
Okay. And that interview, when you received that video, what did you do with the video?
I actually showed Chloe the video.
Okay, but you obviously watched it first.
I did.
Okay, and that became part of your case file, correct?
Yes.
All right. At this time, I would move to admit the video from November 27th, 2020.
Any objection? No, I do object. She didn't take the video. She's not the right person to authenticate the video. I asked that that come in with Renee Driver. The fact that she had it in her case file is not the.
I'm not, sorry, Ms. Cropper. I'm not tendering it for what the contents are or the truth of the matter asserted. She received that video and she can verify that that in fact is the video that she watched and referenced and showed Chloe on December the 10th.
And this is D6, no, this is D7.
D7.
All right, I think you need to lay further foundation for it before
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
admissible.
Sure. So you received this Facebook video, or excuse me, this video directly from Miss Driver, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what email it came from? Or whether it came directly from her cell phone to yours?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Can you clarify which Ms. Driver?
I'm sorry, Miss Renee Driver.
I'm sorry. I don't know if it came via text or email.
But you don't have any doubt in your mind that it came from Miss Renee Driver, correct?
Correct.
And that she had articulated to you that that was a video coming directly from her cell phone, correct?
Yes. She said she was going to be sending it.
Okay. I would again move to tender defense 6. 7.
I have the same objection, Your Honor. This witness cannot lay the foundation for what that video is, when it was taken, what was depicted in it. That needs to come from Ms. Renee Driver. Same objection.
Okay. If you can explore it any further, I'll allow it. Otherwise, I will sustain the objection to admissibility at this time.
Okay. Based on your receipt of that video, you took that video to show it to Chloe as part of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Because it raised some concerns to you, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to doubt that what the information was with respect to the date and time that was received directly from the file from Miss Renee Driver, correct?
I'm sorry, say that.
That the date and time on that you didn't have any reason to believe the authentication or that it wasn't authentic, what she had sent you, meaning that there was any date or time change or anything else on that.
Now that I couldn't tell you.
Okay. But all you know is that in response to your investigation, Miss Driver Renee Driver told you that she had this video and that she thought it was important to the case.
She thought it was important to the case. She sent it to me.
Okay. And based on that, you took that information and took that to Chloe on December the 10th and showed her that video.
I showed Chloe the video. I wanted more context on the video.
And as we saw in the body cam earlier, she indicated that that was in fact her in that video, correct?
Yes.
And that she identified herself as taking that video or being the part of that video from her mom's cell phone.
I'm assuming so.
Okay. You don't have a specific recollection, but she didn't say anything like, no, that's fake or anything like that.
All she did was wave her hand when I showed it to her.
That's as if she didn't want to see it again?
Correct.
Okay. Again, Judge, I'll move to tender defense 7.
I have the same objection. I don't think the proper foundation's been laid.
All right, I will allow D7 to be admitted over objection.
Request permission to publish, Judge.
Go ahead.
My name is Chloe Driver. It's 11/27/2020. I'm being forced to get into a truck with Benjamin Ben Mikhail or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me. I do not know where she is, and he won't tell me anything. He's kept her with people that I don't really know well, and I don't know what's going on with her. And I'm being forced to get in the car and go with him to be able to see her. And I don't even know if I'm actually going straight to her, but I'm doing whatever I think I can to get to her. Her name is Hannah Nicole Driver.
And that's the same video you showed her at the hospital, correct?
That's the same video I showed her.
Okay. Did Miss Renee Driver also send you some screenshots of some text messages?
Yes,
Okay. And did you make those text messages part of your case file?
I did.
Okay. And you again don't remember the specific date that you received those?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. I'm going to show you. We're on 7 now, Jonathan? 28. I'm going to show you a picture. Part D8.
This is one of the photos that she sent to me.
Okay, so Miss Renee Driver sent you that picture.
Mhm.
Okay. And that again came from her cell phone or her email directly to you?
Mhm.
Okay. And you made that part of your case file?
I did.
Okay. Is the person that is depicted in that particular photo the same individual you were conducting this investigation on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have any date reference in as to when that picture was in fact taken?
I do not.
Okay. We would move to admit defense 8. Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Going to have to publish that in just a minute, Judge. Is this the picture that I just showed you marked as defense 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the picture that you said you received from Miss Driver, Renee Driver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So on December the 9th was the very next day, and you had not gone out and talked to Chloe anytime on the 8th, correct? You were busy doing all of those interviews and everything else, but you were being apprised of what her condition and everything was?
Yes.
Okay. And you also spoke to some other individuals on the 9th. Do you recall who you spoke to?
I believe I spoke to Ben Michael. I believe I spoke to Jason and Sarah again.
Okay. When you went out to the hospital on the 9th, the purpose of going out there, you also had obtained that search warrant for her person, correct?
That's correct.
To obtain the DNA swabs?
Yes,
Okay.
on the inside of her cheek and on her hands.
Okay. And you were also going out there to take
Photos.
of Chloe for that particular, okay. When you went out there, you went over her Miranda rights again with her
I did.
and explained to her what the purpose of that particular meeting was for,
Yes.
and that you already had the warrant, and that she was, that she needed to, that you were going to do that because that a judge had already told you you could.
Yes. And
At
I put
any-
the paperwork right next to the bed.
Okay, but at any point in time, did she try to fight with you or tell you that you couldn't do that?
No.
Okay, she was cooperative with you?
Yes.
All right, and one of the first things that you told her is that you wanted to make sure that she was okay, correct?
That's correct.
All right, because at that point, you had already done some initial investigation, and then there were some red flags that had already been raised.
Huge red flags.
Okay, and one of the purposes, aside from the search warrant, that you communicated to Ms. Driver was that you wanted to get stuff from her body to make sure that nobody had hurt her in particular.
Also to verify paternity and maternity.
Correct, but that was one of the statements you made to her, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so that being said, you, did you notice on that day that whether or not you could see her black eye?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't document that in your report or anything until the next day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it was present there on December the 9th?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry.
On December the 9th, do you remember if it was her left or her right eye? Do you recall?
If she was sitting towards me, it'd be the left.
Left eye, okay.
Mhm.
And it had looked like it had been in the process of healing for some time?
Yes.
Okay. You also told her that she did not have to speak with you at any point in time, correct?
That's correct.
And you did go over that Miranda form, and she did sign it and talk to you,
Yes, ma'am.
and that, she did answer all the questions you asked her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you. Some pictures. From the day. Have you identified them, okay?
Okay.
And when you went out there that day, you brought your own camera equipment and everything like that, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then what kind of items did you bring to do the DNA testing and for the parentage?
I brought some buccal swabs and then an actual DNA swab kit.
Okay, can you explain what a buccal swab is and how you take that?
Sure, it's just a Q-tip, a long Q-tip, and it's sealed. You open it, you put some water on it, put it in their cheek. You don't have to if you don't want to put water on it. Usually saliva is enough. And then with the DNA kit itself, to take blood, you would use water and try to swab from there.
Okay, but she was fairly cooperative with you in that whole process. You didn't have any issues with her?
I did not have any issues with her.
All right. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you take it with us?
These are the photos that I took that day. Yep. Yes.
You were moved to admit defense 8 through 12, and then published in the jury.
Objection on the date.
All right, 8, this is 8, 9, I think 8 was
8,
already
9.
admitted.
Oh,
9, 10, 11, and 12.
I'm gonna get it right one of these days.
All right, they're admitted.
I'm gonna have to read it.
9 through 12?
That's what I get for pre-marking them. All right. Can you identify that what that picture is?
That is a Chloe driver.
Okay, and that's one that you took of her on December the 9th?
That's correct.
All right, is that another one of the pictures you took that particular day?
That's another one that I took that day.
Okay.
And another.
Okay. Can you identify what that picture is?
So that would be a part of her trach and the stab wounds.
Okay, and that's on her chest, the stab wound that's blocked by the air vent,
Correct. And then there's another one up by the trach area.
right up in here?
Yes.
Okay. And what's this a picture of?
Her back.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that, taking that picture?
I wanted to see if there were any stab wounds to the back as well.
Okay. All right, when you were there and after you completed taking those pictures with her, you were talking to her and she started indicating to you she wanted to communicate with you. But because of the trach in place, she could not
She could whisper.
but that was difficult for your body cam to pick up, correct?
Yes,
Which is something that you wanted to preserve for this case, correct?
that's correct.
All right, so you went out and you got a Miranda form from another officer?
No, from my binder.
From your, but there was another officer sitting outside. of
Right,
that.
but I had it in my
You
binder.
had it in your binder. And then you went back and went over the Miranda form with her, correct?
I did.
All right, and one of the first things that she asked you is she wanted to know where her baby was, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then you had the conversation with her that the baby had passed?
Yes,
Okay. And, she had asked you if the baby had survived and who was with her, correct?
that's correct.
All right. And you also asked her in that interview, who did this to you, correct?
Yes,
You were still in the middle of a very active investigation, exploring all potential options, correct?
absolutely. I had tons of scenarios in my head.
Okay. And that those scenarios were still in your head, even though you had already spoken to Benjamin, Jason, Sarah, Gerald.
Absolutely.
Okay. You also indicated to her that you did not want her to or have anyone hurt her anymore, correct?
That's correct.
All right. She continued to speak with you via the writing, correct?
That's correct.
All right. She told you that he didn't do it. She did, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that she was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. Is that what?
That's pretty accurate.
Okay. And at that point, she had not talked to anybody, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so she didn't have her cell phone at the hospital, correct?
She did not.
And as far as you know, she had not communicated with Benjamin or her parents or anybody up until that particular point, because she was in the ICU, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were kind of, aside from the hospital staff, her first kind of point of contact.
I would think so.
Okay. When she agreed to speak with you, she wrote down those answers to your questions. What was her demeanor?
I mean, as any person that was hurt would be, sad.
She was crying.
She was crying.
And at points, I think you would agree with me, she was sobbing.
Oh, yeah.
Because there were points and times where you had to go out and ask for the medical staff because things started going off in alarms in the in the room. So she was having some very real physical reactions to what she was communicating with you about.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were able to observe that, and we saw that on your body cam, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right. So let's talk about on, at what point did you learn about a prior, without telling me the contents of it, learn about a prior incident with the Asheville PD?
I think Benjamin is the one who brought it up.
Okay. Did you or your sergeant, after that interview, request the law enforcement reports?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember at what point in time in your investigation you did that?
Oh, I would have done it immediately after I got back to the office.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it was before you received those?
I don't.
Okay. But that was something that was on your radar?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to find out what law enforcement had to say with respect to those particular incidents, because you already had Mr. Spillers and Mr. Ben Michaels, correct?
Correct.
All right. And after seeing that video, you were concerned, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on December the 10th, let's talk about what else you did that day. Do you recall going out and seeing Chloe before talking to some other individuals that day? Or do you remember the order of how you did things that day?
I don't remember the
Okay.
order, unfortunately. That was
That's okay.
almost 4 years ago.
Understood.
But I did talk to a lot of people that day, yes.
Okay, so you spoke to, you were contacted by Benjamin. Okay, and I believe you've already told us Ms. Renee Driver, correct?
Yes.
All right, and all of these phone calls actually are recorded, correct?
Everything's recorded.
All right, so they're all documented so that there can't be any dispute as to what was said. Is
That's
that fair?
correct.
All right. And you talked, then you went back out to talk to Chloe because you had promised her you were going to come back the next day.
And I did.
All right. And part of that was because she had asked to be able to speak with her mother and Benjamin, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you, at that particular point in time, I think also read her Miranda warning again?
I did.
Okay. And that was prior to any of those phone calls?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall having any conversations with the doctors at Kennestone that day prior to talking with Miss Driver, Miss Chloe Driver?
I might have, yes.
Okay. Do you recall which doctors those were?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. Do you recall telling those doctors that that the people she was associating with made her feel paranoid?
No, I don't remember that.
If there's a recording or a transcript that indicates that, you have no reason to dispute that.
I would have no reason to dispute that.
Okay. Do you recall telling the doctors about that very video we were just talking about? Do you remember talking to them at all about that?
No.
Okay. But again, if it's in a transcript of
It would be on video recording.
Okay. And again, no reason to dispute any of that. Do you recall talking to these doctors about scenarios where a mom loses a child or anything like that?
No.
Okay. But again, if there's a recording of
If
it.
there's a recording of it, then absolutely.
Okay. And talking about how sometimes women use desperate measures.
Again.
Okay. I get it's 4 years ago, but if there's a recording.
If there's a recording, then yes.
Okay. Not trying to trip you up. I'm just.
Nope, you don't have to.
So we went back and the first phone call you made was to Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that was actually before you started talking to Chloe about any other questions or things you wanted to talk to her directly about, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you contacted him And it took a minute for him to answer the phone, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and he was kind of, I think I heard you kind of going, Ben,
Hello?
Ben?
Yeah.
Like, and at that point, he did not have his phone back, correct? It was a different
He did
phone.
not.
So that was a different phone that you had to call him on?
Yes, I think it would have been Jessica's phone that I called him on.
Jessica's phone, okay. And in that conversation, you told him that she couldn't speak still, or could only whisper,
Correct.
and that she was going to be writing down her questions and answers.
That's correct.
And then he understood that you were kind of going to be the middleman to navigate that conversation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And during this interaction with him, was she crying?
Certain parts, yes.
Okay. And he, started asking her questions about when she went to get the knife. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
All right. And, she also communicated, at least at that particular point in time, it took a little bit for them to get there, but that she told him that she did not feel like she had a choice.
That's correct.
All right. And that her response, he was not really understanding of what that meant. And so she responded, I felt safest and I felt horrible. I went because I had no choice. Is that your recollection?
That's correct.
All right. And then he asked her, why did you feel like you had no choice? And then she proceeded to write out that answer to you, correct?
That's correct.
And those answers are the ones that were admitted through the state's case, that you didn't alter in any way. That's all her handwriting.
That's
correct?
all her handwriting.
All right. And in fact, you were having to kind of jumble a bunch of paper to try to keep up with her at certain points in time.
Oh yeah, she was going really fast.
All right. And she wrote down at that point in time that she couldn't handle being with the group anymore, and that you left no alternative with certain threats, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So when the word threats came out, did that raise another red flag to you?
Always.
All right. And his response was that he wasn't sure what anyone was referring to, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you tell him that you asked him to be truthful because you told him that you felt she was being truthful and honest in what she was writing down and communicating with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And she started talking about the other girls, their teachings, and blaming herself, I guess, for the world's pain.
That's correct.
All right. And how she wanted a normal life, but she didn't kind of articulate what that meant, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay. And that there was something about he was constantly telling her that she kept distracting and removing. Do you remember him saying that to her, or her saying that to him? And,
yes, I think she wrote it down.
And that you really weren't sure what she was talking about, but she kept reiterating that point to him. Is
That's
that fair
correct.
to say? Okay. Do you recall her writing down that, after Ben Yaman asked why, then she responded, you refuse to listen? Do you remember her saying that to him?
Yes.
All right. And telling him, how many times did I state how I felt things would go if I remained in that state? You recall that?
Yes.
And the words I think we saw earlier on the screen in her handwriting was that she screamed and begged to him, correct?
Yes.
And that you didn't take, and she thought he didn't take her seriously.
That's pretty accurate.
And that Mr. Ben Michael was repeatedly kept pressing the why question. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And she was answering that. She was answering with her explanations of what was going on in her mind at that time, correct?
That is what she stated.
Okay. And then one of the things that she ended up saying prior to the conversation ended is that Benjamin taught her about the messed up inner layers and the
Black magic
that he was doing to their daughter, correct? Or to her, I think is what he said.
Right.
Okay. So you didn't know if he was talking about the child or to Chloe at that point in time.
I knew they were talking amongst each other.
Correct.
Not necessarily about Hannah.
Okay. But at that point in time, you kind of sensed that conversation really wasn't going anywhere, correct?
It wasn't going anywhere for me.
Okay. That's fair. But it was also upsetting her.
Tremendously.
It was, it was evoking a physical response.
That is correct.
And so you decided that was pretty much,
yeah,
we're not going anywhere. And she actually said she had nothing else to say, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then at that end of that conversation, you start talking to her. The first thing I think you said is, okay, I have questions. Like you wanted to follow up on some of that stuff that you just heard.
Yes,
All right. And one of the things that you asked her about was the cuts on her hands.
that's correct.
Do you recall about how many cuts you noticed on her hand?
Just 2.
Just 2? Were there any on her left hand that you noticed?
Nope, it was just the right.
Okay. But you did make another note in that particular, on that particular day about the black eye again, correct?
I did.
All right. Did you happen to notice if any old marks or anything on her wrists?
I did not.
Okay. And you asked her about the black eye, correct?
Mhm.
And she said, I don't know.
Yeah, she said she did not know.
And, it's not uncommon for people who maybe have been abused or in that way to not identify somebody that might have hurt them, correct?
That's very common.
Okay. And at this point in time, you were trying to establish a rapport with her and get her to communicate with you because you were still in the throes of this wild investigation.
Yeah, I wanted to get more context on the whole situation.
Okay. And at that particular point in time, she told you that she was in the same state of mind for about 2 months, correct?
She wrote it down. Yes, she
Yeah.
did.
All right. And that, that she indicated to you that she had felt like she kept getting worse and no one cared.
That's correct.
All right. And that, that was when I think you showed her that video we were talking about. And then again, that kind of evoked a
physical response again. Yes.
And emotional too, right?
Yes.
Did she turn away and not want to watch it, or she just put her hand and waved?
I think she actually turned her head and put her hand out.
Okay.
If I'm
All right.
making sense of everything. Yeah.
And based on that response, you followed up with that because you're trying to find out what was really going on in this relationship, correct?
I wanted to know all of the relationship. Mhm.
Okay. And you asked her at that point in time, do you feel like he is controlling you? And what did she say? Or what did she write down?
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked her if, I think it was about the CBD. There was some discussion about the CBD.
That's correct.
Because you had indicated that you had learned from one of your interviews that there was discussion about medications or something like that.
Benjamin had told me that
Okay.
he gave her medications.
All right. And then so you were asking Miss Chloe Driver, I'm just going to call her Chloe. But
Yeah,
we'll just go
Chloe's
that way, about the CBD.
That's correct.
All right. At that point in time, had you located or any of the supposed CBD or anything else like that?
So when we looked in the baby bag, it was in the baby bag, but I didn't know it was CBD.
Okay.
I don't know what CBD looks like, so.
Well, let's talk about what was in the baby bag for a second. So I know we talked about the carrots and the identification and the cash and the receipts and stuff, but there actually were 2 things in that bag that were not photographed, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of those was the bottle that was, a bottle with a teardrop, a dropper in it, correct?
That's correct.
And then in preparation for this case, we learned that it had a label indicating it was in fact CBD, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then there was also that little, I don't know if it was glass or plastic, but that little jar of that orange substance, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you understand that substance was field tested.
It was field tested, but
Okay.
not by me.
Correct. But that, it didn't field test for anything other than CBD. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
Okay. But those things were in that diaper bag at that time too.
Yes.
Okay. And so when she started telling you about this CBD that she had been given by Mr. Spillers or Mr. Benjamin, that stuff actually was in that diaper bag, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that she told you that when she started that CBD, that it was an increase in paranoia, correct?
Yeah, I think she said she got worse.
Yeah. And then you asked if Jason had ever hurt her, correct?
Yes,
And you were direct. You asked if it was Mr. Spillers, correct?
I did.
All right. And that was after you had already, talked to Benjamin and Mr. Spillers, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And she told you that he had hurt her maybe once or twice, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then that's where you also learned that additional information about that Asheville incident, correct?
I had already known about the Asheville incident.
No, but that she brought it up to you.
Yes, she brought it up, yes.
Okay, because prior to that, you had learned about it from an independent source, but not necessarily had spoken to Ms. Driver about it.
Correct.
All right. And she told you at that time that she didn't trust them and that she felt scared.
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't tell you who them was, but she didn't use the, a singular in that sense. It was them.
It was just them, and I asked her who. She didn't give it to me.
She didn't want to give it to you. And that she also told you at that particular time that she just wanted to die with her daughter.
That's correct.
Okay. And throughout these 2 days that you spent with her, she was emotional.
Very.
She was crying.
Yep.
And was indicating some level of remorse after realizing what had happened, correct?
I don't know if it was an indication of remorse, but
okay.
Yes.
But she was showing an emotional and physical response that you could see and document. Is that
Absolutely.
fair to say? Okay. And then you decided it would be a good time to contact her mom.
Yes.
Okay. And she, at that point, had not talked to, as far as you knew, she had not talked to her mom, Renee, or Eric Driver, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And again, we think that the first time she talked to someone on the phone was with Ben Yaman with you, correct? As far as we know.
That's correct.
But she certainly didn't have a cell phone.
She certainly didn't have a cell phone.
And she was in the ICU.
That's correct.
And didn't have a phone or anything that you could tell within reaching distance from what you
Not that I
recall.
saw.
Okay. So you were able to get her mom, Renee Driver, on the phone. And there was a little bit of difficulty, at least talking to her. So she suggested to do a FaceTime.
That's correct.
All right. And so you did that FaceTime call with, on your phone?
Yes.
Okay.
On my work phone.
All right. And she immediately kind of had another emotional response to seeing her mom.
That's correct.
Okay. And she, upon seeing her mom, or first hearing her voice and then deciding a FaceTime call would be better, she had written down, "I'm sorry I killed her. I should have stayed."
Yes.
Okay. And then, one of the things that also came out in that was that Renee asked you point blank, like, did she do these injuries to herself? Because she didn't necessarily know. So she asked you that, correct? On that FaceTime call, do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was when you communicated to her that she had, in fact, at least as far as you knew from your investigation thus far, that they were self-inflicted.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you become aware of what exactly Ms. Driver's injuries were, or how many wounds there were?
So I saw the 2 wounds while taking the pictures, but I did not actually get the medical records until much later. So I did not know of the internal injuries until I read the reports.
Okay. But when you reviewed those are the Kennestone records?
That's correct.
Okay. So when you reviewed those reports, I think you're indicating those internal injuries that would have included the collapsed lung, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But there was notes about I think 4 or 5 stab wounds to her neck.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And then the one on her chest. Okay. And when you took that picture of her on the side, it was because of how they had to, for surgery, do you recall which one I'm talking about? I can show you.
I know the back picture you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a bandage on her side. Do you recall if that was from one of the
I don't recall if it was from surgery or not. I can only assume that it was from surgery.
Okay. But she also had that trach, correct?
That's correct.
And she had a
feeding tube,
what I can presume would be a catheter.
Yep.
And she was hooked up to the whole 9 yards.
That's correct.
All right. And so she really couldn't get up and move around on her own or anything else like that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Let's talk about what else you did on December the 10th, okay? Give me 1 second. Do you recall when you spoke to Brian and Brian's parents? Do you remember when that was?
It would have been a couple days after.
Okay. And you also talked to someone, and you don't need to tell me anything about the contents of that, but someone by the name of Lauren Paget?
I talked to a lot of people, yes.
Okay. But that name sounds familiar?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you recall receiving an additional phone call from Jason Spillers on December the 11th of 2020?
Might have recording of it. I don't know.
Okay. But it wasn't something, you don't have an independent recollection of you calling him, reaching out to him for additional information, correct?
No.
All right. And so you got back to your office and found out that he had called, and you called him back,
correct?
Possibly, yes.
All right, but you don't remember the specific contents of that call?
No.
Okay.
And I believe we already started talking about this, but Mr. and Mrs. Driver did not live in Georgia, correct?
They did not.
So they were they had been in communication with you throughout that week, correct?
That's correct.
And they had sent you some emails with additional information kind of every step of the way, correct?
Correct.
And you actually had set up a time, once you figured out that neither one of them could physically visit Chloe in the hospital, you set up a time to sit down and talk to them, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then they came down to your office?
That's correct.
All right, and you conducted, again, another recorded interview?
That's correct.
All right, and I think you said at that particular point in time is when they might have given you another copy or given you the video at that particular time?
So I know at that particular time, she was stating that she had spoken to Ben Michael's mom and that she had some text messages. And I said, can you please send those to me?
Okay, do you recall whether or not you received those text messages?
Yes, they're in my case file.
Oh, okay. Do you remember reviewing them in this particular case?
Yes,
Okay, but you're saying they're part of the actual case file?
they are.
Okay. As this investigation continued, you also reached out to the Bristol Police Department, correct?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you. What are we on? 14? 13. What has been marked? Defense 14? 13. Gosh. May I approach the witness?
Yes. Yep, these are both from me, and I would have submitted this to the Bristol Police Department and the Bristol Buncombe County Social Services for records.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So one of your requests in that email was requesting information for any and all reports on Mr. Brian Elliott Joyce, correct?
That's correct.
And you also gave his alias, correct?
That's correct.
I guess he refers to that as his legal name, Benjamin Eliyahu.
That is his legal name.
Legal name, but he was born
Brian
Elliott
Joyce.
Joyce. Okay. And you provided his date of birth and referenced what the investigation was for, correct?
I did.
All right. And you also indicate that you sent an email to the Buncombe County Social Work Services office. And where's Buncombe County?
I believe it's in North Carolina.
All right. So then maybe the Asheville, North Carolina area?
I would assume so.
Okay. And that might have been based on the information you had learned from those Asheville police reports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you ultimately did receive information from both of those departments?
I did.
Okay. All right, let's talk about some of the other things that you did on the 14th of December. One of the things you did was you spoke to a young lady named Gabrielle Kuykendall, correct?
I did.
All right, and then you also spoke to another young lady named Brett Tabor, correct?
That's
Or
correct.
Tabar. All right, and actually after those conversations is when you generated those emails, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and the purpose for you when you spoke to Ms. Kuykendall was that you were concerned about an abuse aspect as far as Chloe goes. Is that what you communicated to Ms. Kuykendall?
Absolutely.
All right, and that you were interested in finding out the backstory, correct?
I wanted to know the context of the full relationship
All right. The full relationship with.
between Chloe and Benjamin.
Okay. But you also got, both of those phone calls were in fact recorded too, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you called Ms. Kuykendall and were asking for the backstory specifically related to Chloe, correct?
That's correct.
But also with respect to Ms. Kuykendall, correct?
That's correct.
And that's based on information you had generated thus far in your investigation. That was where your investigation was leading at that point in time.
That's correct.
All right. And you specifically asked her that you wanted to hear about why she ended up leaving that relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you told Ms. Kuykendall that Benjamin was not a suspect at that time.
He wasn't.
Okay. But that you believe that he could have played a part in what happened. So you were concerned about that. And that's why you wanted to talk to her.
That's correct.
All right. And that interview again was recorded.
That was recorded.
All right. I'm going to go back to this. Let's bring up. Where are we at, John? I'm going to move to admit number 13, Judge, the emails. Tender as an exhibit.
Any objection to D13?
No.
D13 is admitted.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, Detective Cruz. Okay, all right, I'm showing you two different documents.
That's
I'm
correct.
gonna put those up there with you. Can you identify what what's marked as defense 14 for me, please?
It is a financial crimes enforcement network request for research on a specific individual.
Okay, and who are the specific individuals listed in that report?
Ben Michael Benjamin and Chloe Driver. And then Christian Ministries Trust and Children of Christ Trust.
Okay. In that, is there identifying information with respect to both of those individuals?
There is.
Okay, is there identifying information with respect to the accounts or specific financial information you were seeking?
Yes.
Okay. I would at this time move to admit defense 14 and 15.
Is it two exhibits?
Yes, I did. I marked them separately.
15 is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Analysis Center form. So this is a different form than the
Correct,
financial
but
crime
that's
form.
another one you generated on the same date and time?
That's correct.
All right, and whose names are on that one?
Brian Elliott Joyce or Benjamin.
Okay, and do you know what the dates of those requests were?
They would have been on the same date. Yeah, the same date as this one.
Okay, and I think that's December 14th?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is just a process that you have to go through as a law enforcement agency to obtain sensitive information like financial information or that kind of thing. You just can't serve a subpoena on that kind of thing.
You cannot do that.
All right,
yes.
so you have to submit those forms to the GBI and let them kind of vet that information before they'll release that to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. At this time, I'll move to tender those as exhibits.
No objection.
That's 14 and 15 are admitted.
We would request to publish, Judge.
Yes.
All right, so this is just the page one, which is the face sheet with your information, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and part of this process, you actually have to get your supervisor to certify that they are in support of you doing this, correct?
That's correct.
And in order to do that, there's got to be some sort of basis or in the investigation to do that. Like you just can't.
I can't submit it on my own.
Okay. And the investigative information in this particular case was sought for a criminal investigation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the subject information, as you've already told us, was that this was for Benjamin Eliyahu Ben Michael.
That's correct.
And you provided the identifying information that you had, and also known as, I think it's the Olorian Christ Trust.
Correct.
All right. And that's the name of one of the trusts that you would come across in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the next one is is Miss Drivers, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And there was also some additional information regarding these trusts that you would come across in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And then one of them included this Christian Ministries Trust?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next one was the Children of Christ Trust, correct?
That's correct.
And they all have the same address. Did you notice that?
No, they didn't. One was Tamiami Trail, and then this one was Bristol, Connecticut. That's Sarasota, Florida.
Correct, but the
Jacksonville, Florida was, Bristol was for Chloe's driver's address, and then his address was in Clinton, Connecticut.
Okay, but they were all related to those trusts, correct? They had different addresses.
Different addresses,
depending
different
on
trust
which trust.
names.
Okay, and different bank accounts that you could tell.
That I could tell.
Okay. And the one bank account that you were able to ascertain with respect to Mr. Ben Michael and Ms. Driver was that Wells Fargo account that we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And that account is the one that ended in the 6656, correct?
Correct.
And that one was identified as the Children of Christ Trust, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And during your investigation in this matter, you had learned that one of the things Ms. Driver was saying was that Mr. Ben Michael had her take out a loan or like the economic COVID loan at this particular point in time. That was one of your questions.
That was correct.
One of the, I think, 501c something that they were running as these spirituality nonprofits, whatever you want to call it.
Correct.
All right. And so your investigation led you to request those financial aspects because it was part of this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then we were shown some receipts earlier today regarding this Wells Fargo account. Well, let me ask you this while the state looks those over. Did you turned over those phones for the cell phone dumps with the sheriff's office, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review those reports from the phone dumps at all?
I might have.
Okay.
Again, it was 4 years ago, so I'm sorry if I don't remember.
You don't remember if those were part of it? Okay. All right. That's okay. Do you want me to mark them separately or? Do we need to take them up individually or? No. Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm marking as D16. This is, I told you might need your reading glasses, so we'll test your sight.
I'll be okay.
All right.
It says Children of Christ Trust, Chloe A. Driver, TTE, Benjamin Ben Michael, TTE. Virginia account terms and conditions apply. And then they have a $98,600 balance, or actually minus $101,199.87, which leaves them $207.13.
And can you read what the last four digits of that account number were?
Sure, 6656.
Okay, so that Wells Fargo
Do you want me to
account,
read these two?
we'll get to that. in a
Okay,
second.
perfect.
So that Wells Fargo account that we were talking about earlier actually had Mr. Benyon and Michael's name on that account as well, correct?
That's correct.
And it was under the Children of Christ Trust as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right, so if you want to identify the next one.
This says Wells Fargo, account number 6656, available balance $99,907.90. And then it has obviously pending transactions right below it.
Okay, and on the bottom, can you indicate where, does it identify another trust associated?
It does. They are transferring from the Lorian Christ Trust, $50,000. And it looks like two transactions, but it might just be one.
Okay, but what are the dates on those?
10/2/20. Wow. And then this one is an everyday checking from Wells Fargo, check number 5702. Bill balance $544.79 on that Boyd State one, and then the 6656 everyday checking $99,907.90.
Okay, so that 6656 account has both of their names on it under a trust.
Under a trust.
Okay. Judge, I'll move to admit defense 16 at this time and request to publish. Yes, ma'am.
No objection.
Tried to move that up there, but that's the information that you just read?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then again, that's the everyday checking that ended in the 6656 that we were talking about.
That's correct.
And then there's reference that they were transferring, someone at least was transferring, scroll down here, the $50,000 potentially two times.
Potentially.
From the Lorian Christ Trust.
That's correct.
All right, and then you previously testified in the financial documents that I showed you that you were requesting, one of the entities you were investigating was that Lorian Christ Trust, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the one that it appears to be in Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael's name, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then this is just the two different accounts you just referenced. Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
Actually, it might be
On the lease.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go back to these receipts that are states 114, 113, and the overall picture in 112, okay? May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yep. All right. With those particular transactions, can you tell me what the date of those transactions were?
11/26, and this was of 2020, and then this one says 12/1 of 2020.
Okay. And at this point in your investigation, you were familiar with the 2 incident dates from the Asheville Police Department, correct?
Correct.
All right, and one of those dates actually is the November 26, 2020 date, correct?
Correct.
All right, and do you have any indication on those receipts where the transactions took place, or have any idea where that might be?
It's a location that says Ware Bridge.
Okay. But that's the same, those 2 withdrawals for the $800 and $200 are the same dates as one of the Asheville police incidents that you were investigating, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, so I know that you had testified that you submitted the phones for examination, correct?
That's correct.
And that's done by someone at the sheriff's office because they have a specific program for that, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have any independent recollection of reviewing specific instances regarding what was in the contents of any of those people's phones, correct?
So I did review the phones. I know that for a fact because I did get Google searches and things of that nature off of Chloe Driver's phone.
Okay.
And that's in my report. But as far as the context of reviewing them for finances and things of that nature, no.
So you reviewed text messages, phone.
I reviewed a lot of things.
Okay,
Let's just
so
say
it's
that.
possible. I'm not asking if you remember the
I
specific
can't remember the
contents.
specifics.
All right, but you remember reviewing the text messages or the contents of those in particular individuals' phones, correct?
Correct.
All right. And do you recall any specific messages that stood out in your mind with respect to Ms. Driver and Mr. Benyamin?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, and you reviewed. Okay. Do you recall reviewing Facebook messages or anything like that?
And again, I've submitted a search warrant for that, and I probably reviewed it, but I cannot remember the context.
Okay, but if it was pulled directly from those phones into what we call the Cellbrite program, then you wouldn't have any reason to dispute what was returned on that, correct?
I would not.
And one of the things you do when you seize people's phones is put them immediately in airplane mode, correct?
Oh, for sure.
Because so then they can't remotely disable them or stop you from downloading whatever's in there, like erase it remotely.
Correct.
All right, and in this particular case, you don't have any specific recollection of those particular messages, but you do recall probably reviewing them in some sort of context based on what you were investigating.
That's correct.
All right, so you don't have any recollection, but you wouldn't dispute that if Ms. Driver sent text messages to Mr. Brian Joyce when he had Hannah in November of 2026, or November 26, 2020, correct? You wouldn't have any reason
I wouldn't dispute any of that stuff.
All right. One of the things in those messages is that Ms. Driver sent to Mr. Benyamin, I know Peggy promised to keep in touch with me, but wouldn't respond to simple things because she had never been there. Everybody is under your spell. Who is Peggy? Do you remember in this investigation who Peggy was?
So Peggy was apparently a friend of Z or Benyamin and a friend of Jason Spillers from Asheville, if I'm not mistaken.
And one of the things you knew about this particular case is that based on that video, there was allegations that the child had been taken from Chloe at some particular point in time.
That's correct.
And that time period was approximately November 26th through the 28th or something to that degree from what you could tell?
Correct.
All right. So Ms. Driver sent a message to Mr. Ben Michael via Facebook that said, I didn't think you would ever take Nimsy away from the breast. You wouldn't have any reason to dispute that, correct?
I would not have any reason to dispute that.
All right. The same thing if Ms. Driver told him that she just wanted to peacefully leave my parents' house and get a catch of breath with Nimsy, correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
I would not dispute that.
And Nimsy, again, is what they referred to as Hannah?
Yes, that was her nickname they gave her.
And one of the things she communicated to Mr. Benyamin, it was that he had told her that she'll never see her parents again or never see Nimsy again. You would have no reason to dispute
I would have
any of
no
that?
reason to dispute that either.
But that seems to be kind of along the context of the information you had received in the investigation, is that there was allegations that he had taken her from him or from her, and that she was not in agreement with that at all.
No, and I believe when I interviewed him, he stated that he took an MC.
Okay. One of the other things that you were concerned about was whether or not, she was being controlled by this individual in the relationship, correct?
I was definitely investigating all of that.
And one of the things, let me jump back. When you interviewed Eric and Renee Driver on December the 11th, and then you went down to see Chloe after that interview, correct?
That's correct.
And you talked about not giving her Miranda rights, particular that time, because the purpose of your visit was to allow her to speak with her parents, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in that particular thing, her dad was begging Chloe to open up to you and tell you what was really going on.
He wanted her to tell me the full story, but he also wanted to talk to her about getting an attorney.
Correct. But part of that conversation, yes, involved getting an attorney, but was also telling her that she needed to tell you everything about what was going on.
Yes, he wanted me to have her talk about what, I guess, Ben Michael was doing.
Okay. But she at no point at that particular time said that she wasn't going to talk to you or answer those questions, right? She continued to talk freely that particular day, even though her dad was asking her to get an attorney. She continued that conversation.
She was just talking to her dad.
Okay. But she didn't stop that conversation when he said any of that, correct?
No.
All right. And that she was wondering, or that he was concerned about explaining the full situation of the control and all of that stuff. He was trying to
have her not protect him.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I gathered from his comment to her.
Okay, but it's not uncommon for somebody that may be in that type of situation to want to protect somebody, correct? And not disclose that to somebody like law enforcement?
Probably. They didn't like law enforcement, so.
Okay. One of the other Facebook messages he and Ms. Driver exchanged in November of 2020 is that she said to him, "I'll see her when it's correct, not under complete planned control by you. You planned for this to happen from the start." Do you have no reason to?
I have no reason to deny that.
And then one of the last messages with respect to that exchange, which these are all in the cell phone dump and cell phone records that have already been previously admitted as evidence, that you stole a baby away from her mom. Congratulations. Again, consistent with everything that you had already been hearing in the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. Some of the things that she was concerned about, or at least appeared that she wanted to get, at least through those messages, get a break away from him with her daughter, with her parents. Is that a fair assessment?
I would assume so.
Okay. Some of these messages seem to indicate that there was at least, some power struggle or elements of coercion or control to manipulate how he would be able to see her daughter again, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her asking this witness to speculate about conclusions versus just comment on what the actual evidence was.
I can move on.
Rephrase the question.
Yes, ma'am. You would agree with me that the context of those were not ones in which he was agreeable to returning the child. There was some element that there would need to be some sort of compromise on his terms. Is that a fair assessment?
I would assume so.
Okay. Do you recall any text messages or Facebook messages about Chloe telling him that she was coming to get her back, even if it took a year or two to get her back?
And again,
if it's in there, it's in there.
If it's in there, it's in there.
Okay. And so it became at least abundantly clear based on your investigation and what Ms. Driver had conveyed to you that she was, at least with respect to that incident, wanting to get her daughter back.
That's correct.
And that was actually consistent with what you had read in some of those Asheville Police Department reports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. If I can have just a second. When you received those Asheville police reports, you reviewed them, correct, in the context of this particular case, correct?
Yes.
And were the law enforcement reports the only items that you received with respect to that case? Do you remember if you received any photos or any witness statements or anything else other than the law enforcement reports?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you ever reach out and speak to the Asheville investigator with respect to the November 25th incident?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay. So you didn't make any attempt to contact Ms. Torres or anybody else? You just kind of took what those reports had in them and conducted your investigation from there?
And again, yeah, it was a long time ago, so I don't believe I spoke to Ms. Torres.
Okay, but you took that information that you had received early on in this investigation and kind of used that to kind of create a pathway in how you were looking at this case, correct?
So yes.
And one of the first things that seemed to be abundantly clear in this case, aside from the initial response that it was a murder-suicide investigation, one of the things you were concerned about from the beginning was Ms. Driver's mental health, correct?
Yes.
And you actually had some conversations with Mr. and Mrs. Driver about psychological evaluations and all of that stuff, and you know how it could play out going forward.
Yeah, I asked if she was ever evaluated when she was younger and things of that nature.
Right, but there was also talks about like when because she was hospitalized, making sure that some of those things were addressed while she was in the hospital, correct? With the psychological evaluation by Dr. Chowdhury or anything else like that?
Yeah, they were going to do all of that.
They were going to do all of that. So that was one of the things in your mind that when you continued to investigate this case was kind of on the forefront. Like that was something you were actually investigating, correct?
Correct.
And that also one of the things that you were investigating throughout this situation was the fact that Ms. Driver was potentially a victim of abuse.
I was investigating everything.
Right, and that included because she had the black eye. You have to answer all that.
Absolutely.
Okay, and she had indicated to you that she felt like she was being controlled.
That's correct.
And you are a detective, obviously, but you've received special certifications with respect to domestic violence training, correct?
I have.
And some of those certifications include the ability to, spot some of those things that the average citizen wouldn't necessarily agree or see on their own.
That's correct.
And based on that training and experience is kind of what led you down this path with Ms. Driver, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not uncommon for somebody who presents with a physical injury to either deny or not offer an explanation as to what had happened. Is that fair?
It's not uncommon.
And it's not uncommon for a person to not want to talk to law enforcement about what level of abuse or control that they had in fact experienced, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not uncommon for, especially in a conversation where it involves a potential abuser, for them to withhold information in that context as well.
That's correct.
And, in that phone call with Mr. Ben Michael, Chloe was answering and asking questions.
That's correct.
And she was trying to say certain things, but at the same time, it appeared that she might be holding back some things. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment.
And you continued even after that to continue to investigate that particular aspect of that relationship, correct?
I did.
And that included leading you down the road to contacting Bristol Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
To talk to that Brett Tabor, correct?
That's correct.
The allegations and were talking to Miss Lauren Paget
That's correct.
and Miss Gabriella Kuykendall.
That's correct.
All right. And that path also took you down this financial road,
Yes, it did.
which I'm sure when you first started investigating this case that you didn't even think that that was a possible animal in this case.
No.
And then ultimately you were able to generate some information about it, but that's kind of where it ended, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ultimately do any referrals to any law enforcement agencies with respect to the information you obtained in that particular, in that part of your investigation, correct?
So one thing that when I submit for GBI or GSIAC, and then also for the FINRA, they do a separate investigation as well. So when you open up a request or inquiry, they should also do an investigation.
Okay, so they may have done.
They might have, I don't know.
But you don't know ultimately what happened to it.
Nope.
In any way, shape, or form.
I don't.
All right. So, how long have you been a detective now?
Going on almost 6 years.
Okay. And prior to that, you worked on the road, right?
I did.
All right. How long were you on the road?
2 years.
All right. And during that road experience, you encountered, I'm sure, several victims of domestic violence, correct?
Too many to name.
Okay. And that so based on your experience and what happened with Miss Driver, you don't have any reason to dispute that it's not uncommon for them to cover for their abuser.
I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Okay. And it's not uncommon for somebody to want to communicate with that abuser, correct?
Correct.
Or to continue to take steps to try to get away from that abuser, correct?
Correct.
And that sometimes it takes multiple attempts to break that cycle, correct?
That's correct.
And sometimes that involves setting up a separate checking account or doing stuff without their partner knowing, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so it's not uncommon in your experience for individuals to not be successful the first time they get away from their abuser, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to continue to talk to that abuser just based on an emotional connection to them, correct?
That's correct.
Despite what they may or may not have done to them.
That's correct.
All right, and that's what, is generally called the cycle of violence?
It is a cycle of violence.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Were you investigating any acts of domestic violence committed in Cherokee County?
No, I was not.
Was there any evidence of any acts of domestic violence ever committed in your jurisdiction?
No.
Okay. So when she used the broad term of were you investigating this, was this just to provide context to the murder of Hannah Driver?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you looked at all angles of the history of the relationship, the financials, everything that you reviewed, is that what led you to your conclusion to charge Miss Driver with the offense of murder against her daughter?
That's correct.
She indicated earlier, she asked you a question about why you ended the conversation between Benjamin and Miss Driver, and she said the conversation wasn't really going anywhere, and you said it wasn't going anywhere for me.
Definitely not.
And was it your purpose of facilitating that communication at the time to focus on what happened to Hannah?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of the relationship and Miss Driver's decision whether to stay or go, or her participation in this cult or not, did those things in any way impact your assessment of who killed Hannah Driver and what happened surrounding the death of Hannah Driver?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
Just a Detective Cruz, I never asked you if you were investigating any specific acts of domestic violence with respect to Chloe Driver in this particular jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that any acts of domestic violence with respect to an individual that you're currently investigating, regardless of jurisdiction, is relevant to your inquiry, correct?
Everything's relevant to inquiry.
And at no point in time was Ms. Driver ever trying to negate the physical act of what happened, correct? She was telling you that she had killed her child, correct?
She did tell me she killed her child.
But she was talking to you about why that happened, correct?
Yes,
And what was going on in her mind, correct?
yes,
And that what she had experienced with Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael, as much as she was willing to offer to you.
as much.
Okay, so you would agree with me that, yes, you were investigating the death of Hannah Driver, correct? But a defendant's mental state and what has happened to them is relevant in the course of that investigation, correct?
In context,
Correct, but it is part and parcel of what we're doing here today, correct?
I would say so.
And so investigating a defendant's acts of or domestic violence against a defendant or or the mental health status or anything else is just one part of your investigation for everybody to consider, correct?
It's just one piece.
Thank you.
Anything else with this witness?
No, nothing further.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. And we are going to take a recess then at this time until 3 o'clock. So leave us your notepad. You can step downstairs if you'd like to, but be back in the jury room at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Deanna Jarrett. Can you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, can I see? You state your name and spell it.
It's Deanna Jarrett, DeannaJarrett.
And Ms. Jarrett, how are you employed?
I'm a senior investigator assigned to the Special Victims Unit with the Cherokee County District Attorney's Office.
All right, and what does it mean to be an investigator with the District Attorney's Office?
We gather all the things involved in an investigation. We request and gather the reports, the videos, 911 calls. So basically, we just gather everything, medical records, and we compile that to assist in the prosecution of the case.
Okay, are you a post-certified police officer?
I am.
All right, and how long have you been employed with the District Attorney's Office?
I've been with the District Attorney's Office for 14 years.
All right, and prior to that, how were you employed?
I started my career in 2002 with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
All right.
And then I left there in 2010 and came to the District Attorney's Office.
Okay, and in terms of the function of your role as a post-certified investigator with the District Attorney's Office, what does that look like in terms of working together with the investigating agency, like in this case, Canton Police Department? Once they make an arrest, how does that sort of impact your role and how you interact with that agency?
So we're here to assist the law enforcement agencies during or after the arrest. We further investigate because once they make the arrest, they still investigate the case, but there's some things that they can't do that we are able to further investigate, such as reviewing, in this case, cell phone extractions and listening to jail calls and things like that. We have a good relationship with our local law enforcement officers, and they usually involve us on the front end, which is very helpful to the investigation and prosecution of the case.
Okay, how long have you been involved in this case?
Since the incident date of December the 8th of 2020.
Okay, and what was your involvement in that case on December the 8th?
So the Special Victims Unit was created in October of 2020, and I was assigned as the investigator to the unit. Oftentimes, law enforcement will reach out to us with certain cases, and they reached out to us in this case, and so members of our office traveled to the Canton Police Department on the incident date.
On December the 8th?
Yes.
Okay, what was happening at the police department when you went there on December the 8th?
They were conducting the interviews. All parties were brought to the Canton Police Department for interviews to further the investigation.
Okay. Did you participate in those interviews or just observe?
I just observed those interviews.
Okay. And have you been consistently assigned as the investigator on this case with the District Attorney's Office since that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned that sort of one of your responsibilities as an investigator with the District Attorney's Office is to review the evidence that gets provided, including cell phone extractions. Did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we talked about Ms. Driver's cell phone in State's Exhibit 115. As part of your work on this case, did you receive the complete cell phone extraction from that device?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I collected those from the Canton Police Department, their evidence department.
Okay. And we heard testimony from Lindsay Harris, the digital forensics expert who extracted that device. But when you are going through the device, are you familiar with what's known as the UFED reader?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
So the UFED reader, it actually allows us to open the cell phone extraction itself, and we're able to view the items within the cell phone. It actually allows us to search for certain terms and create reports like searched items, text messages. We can narrow down the search and pull and create reports.
Okay. And so when you were starting sort of your analysis and generating of smaller reports from that device, I think we previously heard there was an 84,000 page report generated at one point by Ms. Harris. But as it relates to narrowing it to a more relevant scope to the allegations in this case, did you have a sort of a starting point for what you were looking at?
I did. So in Detective Cruz's report, Part of my job is also to review all the reports, and in reviewing those, she had completed a search, and she notated in her report that she had searched the cell phones, and she had located some terms that were searched in the phone. So what I did is I took the phone, and I further searched those items in Pull the Reports, because Detective Cruz, she did not pull the reports, but she did notate that she observed those items within the phone.
Okay, and when you use the term pull the reports, are you meaning generate like a smaller report with specific criteria pulled from the phone?
Yes, it forms a PDF, a viewable PDF form.
Okay. I'm going to hand you. Members witness?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 128 through 132. Can you look at these and tell me whether you recognize those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
What are these?
These are the reports that I generated using the UFED reader, using key terms.
Okay. And do these truly and accurately reflect condensed data that you pulled from the phone extraction from Chloe Driver's device here, States 115?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender States 128 through 132. No objection.
All right, 128 through 132 are admitted.
I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 128.
Go ahead.
All right, Jarrett. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extraction report that I generated. And so the searched item was kill. And so this is the report that the UFED reader generated.
Okay, so you were able to go into that UFED reader, do a search term for the word kill, and these were the things that populated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in item number 1, the left column where they're numbered, what was the term searched on her phone?
Killing somebody to save them.
Okay, and what was the date of that?
November the 25th of 2020.
Okay. And then in 2 and 3, we see the same search terms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in line 4, what was searched?
Killing because the world is fake.
All right. And this is a 1-page report that you generated with 8 searched items. Was that all of the information that related to the word kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As far as the searched items, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said as far as the searched items, are there different places in the phone or categories of content you can go look in?
There are on the left-hand side when you're doing or you're searching the phone. There are different categories that you can search within. You can search within text messages. You can search within web history, web searches, and you can also search in searched items. So this was inside the searched items in the phone.
Okay, so you narrowed the word kill in the things that had been searched on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 129. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 129?
This is an extraction from the cell phone. Neck was the key term used. This is something also that Detective Cruz had notated in her report, so that's why I searched for neck.
Okay, and in line item 1, what do we see was searched and on what date?
How to snap a neck, and that was on December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay, and had that same term been searched on prior dates?
Yes, also on November the 30th of 2020.
And then I'd like to go to publish State's Exhibit 130. And tell the jury, how is this web history report in States Exhibit 130 different from the searched items report we just looked at?
So like I explained earlier, this was the search within the web history rather than the searched items. So I put in the keyword neck inside the web history to search for that.
Okay. And does this show in line 1, is that a Google search?
It is.
And what did she search?
It's how to snap a neck.
Okay. And what was the date of that?
That was December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay. And then in web history, does it also show websites that are visited?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So in line 2, what was the sort of website that was visited in relation to the search term neck?
It's that www.quora.com. And it returned how hard is it to kill someone by twisting their neck. And then it says movies, make it look really easy. How much force would be needed? That was as a question.
All right. And what was the date of that?
That was December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay. And then item 3, is that a similar web page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then items 4 and 5, is that the same Quora website you already referenced?
It is. It appears the date is different.
Okay. That was visited on multiple dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let me go back to the first one. We have the first one being December the 2nd in line item 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in line item 3?
December the 1st, 2020.
Okay. And item 4?
December the 1st, 2020.
And item 5?
It is November the 30th of 2020.
Okay. And item 6?
November the 30th of 2020.
Okay.
As
And
well as 7.
item 7 is, what is that?
That is a Google search.
Okay. Another Google search of how to snap a neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And item 8?
November the 30th of 2020, how to snap a neck.
Okay. And then what are these at the bottom?
These appear to be links to Walmart. I'm not sure, maybe the word neck may be embedded
In the item number?
in the item.
Okay.
Or it might have been, yes, it is embedded. I see it. Could be an item related to a neck.
Okay. All right. And then those were specific to a key term. Are you also able, in going through the UFED reader of the larger phone extraction, to narrow searched items based upon a particular date range?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you asked to generate a report of all searches on her device for a particular date range?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the date range that you generated?
I believe that was November the 1st of 2020 to the incident date of December the 8th of 2020.
Okay. So in States Exhibit 131, that's already been admitted, we have a 61-page report. Is this everything that her searched terms between November 1st of 2020 till the incident date of December 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this larger report contain the searched items, killing someone to save them, killing someone because the world is fake? Are they contained in this larger search term report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. November 1st of 2020 to December the 8th, yes. All right. And in States Exhibit 61, which is the all the search terms, were there search terms in there that indicated Ms. Driver might be looking to travel in any way?
Yes, ma'am. They were searches about a bus ticket, traveling with a child. I don't know if child was the actual term. It might have been baby, or it may have had her age, but.
Okay. publish States Exhibit 131. All right, and on page 51, starting with search item 547, what was she searching?
547 was 12 tribes, community, single, woman with baby.
Okay, and what was the date of that?
That was November the 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And then item 551, what was she searching?
What does the Bible say about having more than one wife?
Okay. And in item 557,
Can God forgive me for being with a married man? Excuse me.
okay. And in item 561,
Can God forgive me for harming my husband?
right? Were you asked to generate a report specifically with regard to anything involving CBD?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. I'm going to publish States Exhibit 132. All right. And this is indicates it's searched items, so these things that would have been searched on this driver's device?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And starting with item number 1, what was searched and on what date?
Does CBD work first time? And that was on September the 12th of 2020.
Okay. And item number 2?
Does CBD work first time? September the 12th, 2020.
Okay. And 3?
Does CBD help with anger issues? September the 12th, 2020.
All right. And item 4?
Does CBD help with anger issues? September 12th, 2020.
Okay. Item 5?
Breastfeeding with CBD oil experience, September the 8th of 2020.
Okay. And number 6?
Breastfeeding with CBD oil experience, September 8th of 2020.
Okay. And are the next several the same date and same search term?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Appears. Yes.
And then the item 10?
CBD oil and therapy for mental illness.
Okay. And do you know why that doesn't populate with a date in this extraction report?
I'm not sure exactly. It could be, it's my understanding it could be various reasons. Maybe the breeder didn't import it over. Could have been something that was deleted. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. And then the item searched after that?
How long is CBD in breast milk?
Okay. And number 12?
Does CBD help with depression?
Okay. And then finally, number 13?
I breastfed baby on CBD.
Okay. All right. With regard to the CBD in this case, I think we asked Mr. Spillers yesterday, States 87. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this small container, where was this located?
That was in the diaper bag.
Okay. And was that the diaper bag that we saw in the scene photos next to Ms. Driver?
Yes,
where Ms.
ma'am.
Driver and the baby were? Okay. And did you at any time request for any testing to be conducted on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you request that of?
I contacted the Cherokee Multi-Agency Narcotics Squad, and Agent McNeely came over to conduct a field test of the substance.
Okay. And what did you ask him to test it for?
We wanted to find out what the substance was. It was suspected to be CBD, but we wanted to have it tested.
Okay. And did he test it?
He did conduct the test.
We're stipulating to this, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we've stipulated to the admissibility of State's Exhibit 133, which I would tender at this time.
All right, pretty good.
And publishing States 133, what did that substance test positive for?
It field tested positive for CBD.
And was your request of him to just test it for whatever substance it was?
Yes, the field test, they test for multiple substances, but it returned positive for CBD only.
And that was part of the narcotics squad that did that for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I want to speak to you about sort of your role as an investigator taking this case over post-arrest. Are you aware of when Chloe Driver was arrested and booked into the jail?
Yes, that was on December the 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And were you already working on this case and assigned to this case at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And is part of your role at the district attorney's office to monitor phone communications of any inmates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you do that with regard to Ms. Driver?
Yes, I did.
And when did you become aware of, well, let me back up. How does the phone system in the Cherokee County Detention Center work?
So they use a system called Fusion. And so when someone comes in, when they're arrested, they come through booking. And there are phones inside the booking area where they can call out. These phones are recorded, but they're at no cost. Once it's determined that a person is not being released for various reasons, what they'll do is they'll be placed in a different location. There are other phones throughout the jail at the Adult Detention Center, and those phones require a code. It's like a 4-digit code that is assigned to each inmate and that allows them to call out. So the Fusion system allows us to go in and search calls underneath the inmate's name. We could also search by number.
Okay. You indicated that the booking phones, when people first enter and are booked in, those are not linked to anybody's account?
They are not. They don't require the PIN. That's not until they're in population.
Okay. So anybody can call from those phones and it's not searchable by an inmate's name?
That is correct.
Okay. And when did you become aware of the first phone calls of Ms. Driver that were linked to an account associated with Ms. Driver?
So periodically, I would be checking the calls under her account, and on on February the 22nd, I was able to locate a phone number for her, or a phone number that she had called, and in listening to that, she had called. The actual call was made on the 18th, so 4 days prior.
Okay. And so on the 22nd, you located a phone call she had made on what date?
February the 18th of 2021.
Okay. So February the 18th of 2021 is the first phone call that you detected on her own account?
Yes.
And are you familiar with who she was calling?
Yes, I did not recognize the number, but I did recognize the voice. And I was able to determine that was Benjamin Ben Michael.
Okay. And what was the date of that call?
That call was on February. The first one that I located was February the 18th of 2021.
Okay. And in monitoring her phone communication with Mr. Ben Michael on that February 18th, 2021 call, did you do anything once you identified that phone number? You said you weren't familiar with the phone number, but you were familiar with the voice. How were you familiar with his voice?
He is the next of kin in this case, so our office makes contact with the next of kin to the victims, and we had done that on occasion.
Okay. And after you identified that phone number being associated with him and a call from her account, what did you do next?
I then went in and searched the number, which is another option that we can do. So I located additional phone calls that were made to that number that were not associated with her name. So they were like in the booking area.
Okay. And so when you got a phone number that you could search, you saw that there were additional calls made from the booking area that weren't associated with her PIN?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you listen to those calls?
I did listen to those calls.
And were those calls between Chloe Driver and Benjamin Ben Michael?
Yes, they were.
And the phone calls that you listened to from the booking area, what were the dates of those phone calls?
The very first call to that phone number was on February the 8th of 2021.
Of 2021, okay. And in listening to the phone calls from everything you looked at from that phone number that you identified as being associated with Mr. Van Michael, was the first phone call you could locate between the two of them February 8th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you listened to those phone calls from booking, did you develop any concerns?
I did. So she was having a conversation with him, and during that conversation, it appeared that she had been contacting him on another line. During that conversation, she referenced a work phone, which led me to believe that maybe she was using another phone within another area of the jail that was not recorded or monitored.
Okay. And on that February 8th, 2021 call, you indicated already that was the first recorded one you could find. Was it apparent from their communication that they had had other communications since she'd been in custody?
It was clear that they had been communicating.
Okay. And what was it that made you believe she may be communicating with him on an unrecorded or unmonitored line?
There were additional calls that she also made on February the 13th of 2021. And so the conversation that she had on the 8th and then on the other dates, she was talking about being allowed to talk on the phone for an hour or so. And she would talk about how staff would step away. And it appeared that was when she was able to utilize that phone to call Benjamin Van Michael.
Okay. And did you alert the jail to your concerns at that point when you discovered that?
I did. I communicated with the sheriff's office on February the 22nd of 2021.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
It's my understanding that the number was blocked, and she was not, and her privileges were taken away.
Okay. Her privileges to use an unmonitored line?
An unmonitored line.
Okay. And what was your understanding of why she was permitted to use an unmonitored line?
It was my understanding that a doctor requested that she be allowed to contact her mom and her attorney on the unmonitored line, and only those two. And then it was approved by the jail staff that she be able to do that.
Okay. And when you informed them that she was utilizing that unmonitored phone time to contact Benjamin Van Michael, those privileges were taken away?
That is my understanding.
Okay. After that occurred, you indicated that number was blocked. What was that phone number that you first found her being in contact with him on?
May I look at my notes?
Yes, of course.
Okay. The first number was 84.
And how many calls did she make to him on that phone number?
There were 33 calls to that number.
Okay. And what was the date range of those calls?
February the 8th of 2021 to February the 22nd of 2021, which I believe the number was blocked, and there were no additional calls to that number at that time.
Okay. So in a 2-week period, she made 33 calls to that number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after you contacted the jail and they blocked that number, what does it mean to have a number blocked? What is the significance of that in terms of whether it can be called?
So a number's blocked throughout the facility. They're able to go in and block a number from being called anywhere within the facility. So just understand that you probably already know that no one can call into the jail. No one can call in. So the inmates have to call out. That's the only communication as far as calls go.
Okay. And as it relates to the monitored accounts, do they have to put in their PIN that associates that call with them?
They do, as long as they're in populated or not in the booking area.
Okay. And apart from that phone number, were you able to identify a second phone number that Ms. Driver was utilizing to contact Mr. Benjamin?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was the second number you identified her contacting him on? And how many phone calls did she place to him on that phone number?
There were 5 calls.
Okay, and what was the date range of those calls?
That was February the 8th of 2021 to February 23rd of 2021.
Okay. And did you locate any other phone numbers that she was communicating with him on?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what were those?
There are 3 others. 757-392-6370.
As it relates to this case, is that phone number significant or relate to any parties in this case?
It does. That number is Jessica Kavigian's.
Okay. The other wife of Benjamin?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same phone number that she called 911 from in this
It
case?
is. It's also the same number that she provided to law enforcement.
Okay. And how many phone calls did Ms. Driver place to Ms. Kavigian's phone number to speak to Mr. Benjamin?
7.
Okay. And what was the date range of those phone calls?
March 30th of 2021 to March 31st of 2021.
Okay. And did you locate any other phone numbers that she had utilized to contact him?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was that?
20.
And what might the reason be for an inmate to utilize different numbers to reach someone after a number has been blocked?
Well, they're still trying to make contact with that person, so they utilize different numbers to reach out to them.
Do you know how many numbers of Mr. Benjamin the jail blocked?
I believe there were 2
Okay.
that I was aware of.
Okay. And as it relates to, what is the last phone number you told us?
20.
Does that phone number come back to anybody associated in this case?
Sarah Stiles.
Right. And is that the phone number she utilized to call 911 in this case?
Yes, it is, as well as provided to law enforcement.
All right. And how many phone calls did Ms. Driver make to Mr. Benjamin on that phone?
54.
Okay. And what was the date range of those calls?
April the 5th of 2022 to April the 14th of 2022.
Okay. So in a 9-day period, she made 54 calls to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were those 54 calls during that 9-day period made on her account?
No, they were not.
Whose account were they made on?
Brinley Peppers.
Okay. Was that another inmate?
Yes.
And in your experience, why would someone use another inmate's PIN to communicate with someone?
To avoid detection.
When you would go into the system and search calls made by Chloe Driver, would these phone numbers made to Benjamin Ben Michael under Brinley Pepper's account, would those populate?
No, they would not. They would just come up under Brinley Pepper's name.
Okay. And were you able to locate any calls made to Benjamin Ben Michael from any other numbers?
Yes.
To any other numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that number?
47.
Okay. And how many phone calls were made by Ms. Driver to that phone number to Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael?
518.
Okay. And what was the date range of those 518 phone calls?
April the 20th of 2022 to February the 5th of 2023.
Okay. So from the first phone call to him being February the 8th of 2021, when was the last phone call to him?
February 5th of 2023.
So about approximately 2 years after Hannah died?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the total number of phone calls that she placed to him in that 2-year period?
617.
Okay. And in the last phone number, where there were 518 calls that she placed to him, how many different inmates' accounts did she use to accomplish those phone calls?
6 different inmates.
Were any of them her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified that the 617 phone calls that were made by her out to Benjamin was between February 21 and February of 23. Are you aware of the dates in which Ms. Driver was evaluated by mental health experts in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the dates of her evaluations by those doctors?
Dr. Ballard conducted the evaluations on March the 29th of 2021 and June the 12th of 2021.
Okay.
Dr. Garrett conducted 2 evaluations, the first on August the 11th of 2022 and the second on September the 2nd of 2022.
Okay. And after all of those evaluations by Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard, did Ms. Driver continue to reach out to Mr. Benyamin and communicate with him after those evaluations had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
All right. I'm going to ask you some questions about the Cellbrite report in total, and then we'll whittle it down to the actual reports you did, okay?
Yes,
And then we'll
ma'am.
talk about some of the jail calls. One of the things I want to ask you first and foremost, were you asked as part of this case to do any of these extraction reports with respect to Benyamin Ben Michael's phone?
No.
Okay. So you agree with me that there were 3 cell phone extraction reports done in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you received all 3 of those full extractions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the only one that you were asked to pull search terms or run through was Chloe Driver's, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I did review the other phones, but I did not pull
Generate any reports, or you didn't conduct any searches on Mr. Ben Michael's phone about mental health or treatment or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did
Okay,
not.
all right. And the same with Sarah's, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. And part of those reports is contained in those reports. I mean, we're talking with Chloe's, I think it was what, 84,000 pages?
A little over 84,000.
And
Yes, ma'am.
that report is broken down into sections, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so you can go through that report and, look at the text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any Facebook Messenger that's associated with that phone or that's been logged into on that phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any of their search history,
Yes,
their
ma'am.
cell phone call log, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Voicemails, to a degree,
Yes, ma'am.
based on storage of the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And contacts,
Yes,
including like locations of, when they've used the Apple Maps or whatever. All of that is contained in that report, correct?
yes, ma'am. There are some things that don't import over for various reasons, but yes, ma'am, you're correct.
And it includes stuff that's even been deleted, correct?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
So it's never really permanently deleted in some aspects. It shows on the report, at least, if the item had been deleted, if it pulls it in the report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It also includes all the, images that they generated with their camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any images they may have downloaded from the internet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one of those reports that is generated is what we call the installed applications one. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to show you, and I'm not tendering it as an exhibit because it's already been admitted. Pages 4014, 4015, and 4016 of Ms. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, with respect to each one that I gave you, each notation, can you tell me what applications were installed and what date those were? Or do you want me to highlight it a little bit for you?
Tape a call.
Yes, the first one is called
Tape a call.
Okay, and what date was that installed?
Purchase date was December the 1st of 2020.
Okay, and what about number 2?
My second line, calls and texts. That was November the 5th of 2020.
Okay, and then number 3?
Easy voice recorder. That's that's October the 24th of 2020.
Okay, so even if when you purchase those and install them, it shows that it generates a report based in that cell right later, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there's lots of apps that are installed and deleted generally when you review all of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The other part about this is that there were other searches done by Miss Driver that you were not necessarily asked to search for, correct? She searched for a lot of things.
I did go through the phone and I reviewed it, but there are not reports that I generated for every search that I conducted.
Okay. So you would agree with me that if it was generated as in the overall picture, that it was was an accurate reflection of what other topics she may have searched for?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if she searched for things about how to make muffins with vegetables and chickpeas, you have no reason to disagree with that?
That's correct.
Or baked casserole for a 1-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
So not all of her searches were related to anything related to mental health or the event that we're here for today. Is that a fair assessment?
No, that's correct.
Okay. There's also searches in here about things about parenting, correct?
There is, yes, ma'am.
There's there's one about failing at sleep training for a 1-year-old in September of 2020. Do you recall seeing any of those?
Not that one, but
okay.
I agree.
Agree if it's
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
report that it is what it is. Okay. Also ones about, conditions of the child, like hives or doing some sort of research to take care of the child.
I do recall that one, yes, ma'am.
Okay. She also did searches in September 2020 related to her baby's specific age and milestones. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
About walking, sleep training, all of those kind of things.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and she also did searches about specific types of food. It seemed that she was trying to figure out what she could feed her child or other things. You would agree with me with respect to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, she did other searches related to the care of her child. You'd agree with me on that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You would also agree that some of that web history and searches included trying to search on how to obtain a birth certificate, correct?
Yes.
All right. And part of that included, and that was around November 25th of 2020. Would you agree with me on that?
I don't recall the date, but that sounds correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And those were searches that were done. You had knowledge about this case from being on it since the beginning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there were at least contained within law enforcement's reports that they had sought out information to establish Hannah's birth record, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and you understand, or you would agree with me that part of this whole scenario is that one of the reasons we had to establish parentage and stuff was because there wasn't a formal birth certificate or anything else issued.
That's correct.
Okay. So around November 25th of 2020, you would agree with me that these searches indicate that she was looking for how to obtain a birth certificate.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And some of them included deciding a year later to get a baby a birth certificate.
Yes, ma'am.
And variations of that. She kind of seemed to word it different ways.
Yes,
Do you recall her also looking for how to travel with a baby without that birth certificate?
I do.
And how to obtain, proper documents for her daughter, like a passport and other things around that same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Part of the Cellbrite report also includes you get emails, correct? You can see emails that are sent to the associated email address with that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those are all truncated, smaller than what the full message tends to be, but you can see who it came from, the date and time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And, kind of the subject and a little bit of the body, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so you would agree with me that if there are certain emails that I'm about to reference with you that are generated from that particular report, you'd have no reason to dispute that they existed, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so, yes.
May I see? I just don't know.
Okay, just the subject lines. All right, so December 8th, 2020, you would, this is item number 4 on page 3898 of the Cellbrite report, with the subject line of why did the narcissist pick me from English at Quora.com. I think you already talked about Quora, that was part of some of the searches you generated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you'd have no reason to dispute that was something that might have been in our inbox at that particular time.
That's correct.
Do you have any familiarity with Quora and how that works?
I do not.
Okay, so typically it may be one of those sites where you ask a question and then get an email response. So if it was something that said like a reply to, you'd have no reason to dispute that.
Okay.
Same with an email on December 7th from the same Quora.com, specifically directed to her. Subject more related to, I've realized that I'm a bad person. What can I do about it? Again, no reason to dispute that.
No, ma'am.
Same with a subject line from December 6th. Do narcissists know that they've lost a loved one? No reason to dispute that.
No, ma'am.
I know it seems tedious, but how we have to do it. On November 28th, 2020, this is page 3916 of the Cellbrite report. How can I cure a paranoid thought that everybody is against me, plotting against me? Same position.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any emails in there regarding the the Children of Christ Trust and the SBA applications or anything else like that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And so there were some references on the pages 3970, 3971, 3974 regarding the establishment of or when they were applying for that loan, that kind of thing. You
Yes,
recall seeing those though?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. One of the other items that you generated with respect to this particular case was a report you did a search about a bus ticket for a 13-month-old. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was generated by you putting in that particular search in the Cellbrite reader and establishing a report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that search, based on your extraction or your running of that report, that was a search that was conducted on December the 8th of 2020. Would it help you if I showed you the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, may I approach? Yes. I'm going to show her what I'm going to mark as defendant 17. So you'd agree with me that on December the 8th, 2020 at 12:23 p.m. that she had conducted that search for a bus ticket for a 13-month-old?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, I would move to tender that just to the defense 17.
Any objection, Ms. Crawford?
No objection. All right. Some of the other reports, I know you already. I'm sorry.
It's admitted.
Some of the other reports that you entered or talked about already was about the CBD, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those searches began in around September 12th of 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Around the same time that the individuals involved in this case seemed to indicate that Ms. Driver had started utilizing CBD, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And some of those searches included her concern, or seemed to indicate a concern about breastfeeding while using that substance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there was also a search in that particular time frame that she did, specifically asking, like, how long was it in breast milk? Do you recall that? If it's item number 11, you have no dispute about that?
No dispute, yes, ma'am.
All right, and that one of the other searches, which is item number 10, in that state's exhibit, that CBD oil and therapy for mental illness, no dispute about that, correct?
That's correct.
All right. With regard to the searches that you ran about killing or snapping a neck, you didn't find any in those entries or anything about any specifics related to her searching on how to kill a baby, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Didn't have any idea of who she was looking or talking about at that particular time?
No, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you run any searches indicating that regarding suicide or anything else like that? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I may have searched the phone, but I did not pull any reports or create any reports.
All right. To make this easier for you, I'm going to give you back states 131 so we can walk through this one, okay?
Thank you.
All right, so the first item that search, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, so these reports kind of actually run backwards, meaning it's the closest in time date, right? All the way to the end date of when you started the search. So the first part of this search started technically ended on December 8th, but it's the first part of the report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when we look at it, we have to kind of look at it like we're reading it backwards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go back to, if you will, go to page 59, if you don't mind, and look at items 655 and 656, and if you wouldn't mind reading the dates and times and what the searches were, please.
Okay, 655 is November the 11th of 2020. And the search is mental institutions, Knoxville, Tennessee, or Knoxville, TN.
All right, and that was, it looks like, done 2 different searches on this, just a little bit of time apart, couple of seconds maybe?
1 second, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so we are now going to go to page 57. And let's look at 627, 628, and 629, please.
Okay, these are made on November the 17th of 2020. And the whole world is waiting on me to heal it. That is for number 627 and 628. And then 629 is the whole world is waiting on me.
Okay, and those were all made within a few minutes of each other based on that timestamp, correct?
Yes, within 3 minutes.
All right, and so if you go up further up that page, we will talk about 619, 620, and 621.
These were also on November the 17th of 2020, all at 10:34, a few seconds apart. And all 3 entries or searches are the whole world is programming me.
Okay. All right, and then we'll skip over the ones that are the searches of the baby that we were talking about, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The page 52. And you would agree with me that these searches from November 22nd of 2020 are about what you referenced earlier about the married man and that kind of thing, her searches related to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 45, starting at 482, going down through 490. Now, the way I understand this report, Ms. Jarrett, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that when you are searching, when you plug something in to search it, it can search across multiple applications and that kind of thing. So just because there's multiple entries, it's the device utilizing all its available areas that it can find the information, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with 482 to 490, can you indicate what on November 23rd of 2020 Ms. Driver's search was?
Home Anchorage, Instagram, Allie, Oma, Gabriella, Cockendall.
Okay, and you know from your work on this case that the Ms. Kuykendall had previously gone by the other name of Oma, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so we are going to go to 41. And these are from November 24th of 2020. You would agree that the searches included not having enough and having too much at the same time, live without newness, reliving the same day, everyone is the oneness except me. You'd agree that that's what's reflected in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 40. Same date, November 24th, search about the Truman Show ruined my life, history repeating itself, and the life is infinite chattering.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Flip to 39, similar searches. My life is being made for me and doesn't exist outside of me. That's kind of what the gist of that entry, or that page is about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 38. November 24th, 2020, world is against me, there is no escape.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 37, these are the ones I think you already talked about, but that's the one that says killing somebody to save them and the world is fake.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that there's also a notation on that same day for a search about forced to live.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The 34, we will start with 370 and 371. Those entries are at 9:44 a.m. The whole world is watching and reacting to me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so then you go up to same date at 11/28/53. This is number 361. Getting a passport during COVID. You would agree with me that that's what those searches were?
Yes,
on
ma'am.
those days, just at different times.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we go back to the birth certificate. We don't need to go back through that. Page 29. 303. This is November 27th of 2020. Are police with Satan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. November 26th. What is the punishment for running from sins? I'm sorry, that's number 310.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then there appears to be, we're on page 28, November 27th of 2020, she did a search about schizophrenia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Also about what I would assume to be like a warrant.
Warrant. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just misspelled a couple times.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then again, on November 28th of 2020, which we're now on page 27, there was another search on that date around 8:14 p.m. for about schizophrenia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, there's lots of searches in between these indicating like looking for a place to live, stuff related to her baby, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, multiple addresses.
Okay. Also on page 19, December 2nd, 2020, train Knoxville. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 18, number 175, a search on December 2nd, 2020 3:02 in the afternoon. I see patterns and mistakes of myself, life infinite breaking.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, page 13, we're getting there. December 3rd, 2020. A search about I'm evil and don't know how to be nice.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then on the next page, on page 12, the next day, December 4th, there's searches about trying to find ways to treat severe diaper rash. Do you see that on page 12? Numbers 111.
Yeah, baby red rash on body and face. Yes, ma'am. And then cream for severe diaper rash on baby skin.
You would agree with me that aside from the testimony you gave earlier about how to snap a neck on those dates, there were aside from those dates, there were not any additional searches related to that leading up to December 8th of 2020 outside of the ones you highlighted earlier, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So December 4th, December 6th, 7th, 8th, there were those kind of searches from the reports that you ran in your review of the data from the cell phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we're going to go to page 3. And that's that bus ticket one that I asked you about earlier from December 8th, and that's at 12:23 p.m. on the 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's another search on 12/8 of 2020 at 12:44 about going bankrupt or to clear debt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the next one on there is at 12:47 p.m. and that's the reference to going into the dark for healing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's the end of that, the data on that cell phone with respect to searches, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Call your next witness, please.
State rest, Your Honor.
All right. Given that, we're going to go ahead and recess for the day. We're going to ask you to come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't do any research about this case by any means. Don't read any media reports. Don't talk to anybody or let them talk to you. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. Have a good night.
very excited right now. Today, my super budget air fryer Hugh and I are going to be working our way through some recipe clones and they're going to hopefully get progressively nicer. I'm doing this by my own personal judgment before making them, so let's get going. So what I mean by that is I've got 5 recipes, I've looked at them and gone, God, yeah, that seems like it could work, but might be actually terrible, right up to the last one, hopefully being pretty much amazing. So the first one I'm a little bit skeptical about is making donuts in an air fryer. They're supposed to be like Krispy Kreme style. There's a list of things that you shouldn't really air fryer, such as wet batters. Air fryers hate that. Making donuts, normally you just dollop them in the fryer, let them cling that shape straight away because it's so hot. In an air fryer, meh. So this recipe I found is actually one where you don't need to wait for the dough to rise. There's no yeast, so it's the least sort of copycat thing, I think, in that regard. Do you know what I mean? Flour, sugar, salt, some butter, but we need to melt it. So in you go in the microwave, probably like 15-second blast, because unlike when you melt chocolate in like 30-second blast, you've got a little bit of time. Butter is just like